Xiao, who of course appeared in the first all-Chinese ranking event final when he was beaten by Ding Junhui back in 2013 in the title match at the Shanghai Masters. Can he go one better today?
接下来要出场的是世界排名第13，2024德国大师赛亚军，2023世锦赛4强中国选手施家辉 and his opponent, finalist of German Masters Emerged World Championship for the first time and broke into the semi-final in 2023, Chinese player 施家辉,
who came to public prominence with that sensational run to the semi-finals of the World Championship a couple of seasons ago. Last season, runner-up to Trump in the final of the German Masters, but exacting revenge spectacularly in the semi-finals here in Wuhan. An all-Chinese ranking event final here in China. A great occasion for both the players and the fans. Jiahui against Xiao Guodong for the Wuhan Open Snooker title for 2024 over the best of 19 frames. Settle back and enjoy. And if these two players can replicate the form they've shown in getting to the title match, we're in for something special. Good afternoon to Alan McManus.
Oh, very good afternoon to you, Phil. I can't wait for this final. There's going to be so many stories to tell of this one. We're going to have at the end of it a brand new ranking winner as well. Because we had Zhang Anda winning last season, the International Championship. One of these two terrific players are going to get their first major title.
And that's one of the key elements today, I think. Who is going to handle the pressure of the occasion the better, given that they both have the opportunity to break new ground and land that elusive first title. And the challenge, Alan, for C in particular, is to try and get somewhere near to the level he produced against Trump, which was extraordinary.
It was an amazing performance. And there was something special about it, wasn't there? I mean, I think Neil was saying yesterday when C was beating Judd Trump, not even comprehensively, he just completely blitzed him off the table with a series of breaks. Of course, the maximum was the highlight, but from start to finish, he was absolutely sensational.
He managed to beat his career highest break twice in the space of 3 frames.
Yeah, Xiao Guodong's semi-final yesterday was a sticky start to the match. The first 2 or 3 frames were not great. It was quite pedestrian. I don't expect this to be anything like that. I think we're going to have an open game. More so, obviously, from Jiahui's. He's a bit more attacking, but I don't see any long, drawn-out safety battles. Maybe the odd one, but not many.
Xiao was able to come back from 4-1 behind to beat Long Zhuang. Made a couple of centuries after, as Alan mentioned, an indifferent sort of start, but Jiahui, having sat out a century in the opening frame to Trump, then just took over. His long potting, his break building was as good as it gets. The other impressive thing about it, of course, was the fact that he'd never beaten Trump in 6 previous attempts and not got close to doing so. But today is another day, and of course this is the day that counts the most. The title is on the line, the extra pressure which comes with the possibilities for these two players today to take their career to a new level. Xiao, the older man by 13 years at 35, much more experienced, of course. This is his 3rd ranking final in all. C second. C having broken into the world's top 16 for the first time this season in making the semi-finals in Saudi Arabia.
Just having a look at that, it looks very close, at least the 4-ball plant. It's quite a nice shot to play because you're going to be playing it, excuse me, something around half ball if he plays it. Maybe it's the direct one. Yeah, obviously there was something he didn't like about it. We'll see, have a look, I'm sure he will. The fact that Xiao wasn't interested. Here we go then, the first attempt at a long shot. It's his kind of shot, this. Not this time, so the first mini mistake. Our first semblance of an opening to get the final up and running.
One.
Xiao has certainly had to get to this final the hard way. Some seriously tough opponents he's had to overcome, not least the world champion Karen Wilson. Barry Hawkins. And then, without a doubt, the finest performance of the week from him so far against Sean Murphy when he made 3 consecutive centuries, and Murphy spent most of that match tapping his thigh in acknowledgement of the quality of Xiao's snooker. Maybe not quite the fireworks of yesterday, but not far away. So he's just as capable.
9.
And showed another side to his game yesterday. The grit required to battle back from an unfavourable looking 4-1 deficit.
Sixteen.
Yeah, that looks like end of break, unfortunately. But just that, the way that he got in, got his half chance, Xiao Guodong, that'll be part of his plan in this final. He'll know that Jiahui is bound to take on not anything,
Xiao Guodong,
but
16.
most things. He'll be the aggressor. Xiao Guodong will want to play on that.
He has won both of their previous meetings. Most recently the Welsh Open last year, which was a whitewash victory. But that was round 1 in a best of 7. This is a very different proposition. A major title on the line. Safety is obviously going to play a big part as well today, and that was the one thing that C said he could have done better against Trump. He gave himself a 9 out of 10 for his performance, but he's mindful that perhaps that part of his game, Alan, is the one area that there's certainly plenty of room for improvement for, but that's exciting for him.
Yeah, it's a work in progress, isn't it? You know, no one's saying he's the finished article just yet. His potential is obviously through the roof. I mean, some of his performances in the last couple of years have been, I mean, you're talking top 4, top 6 player standard. what he showed yesterday, it's probably the performance of his career. But he did it as well with a kind of smile on his face and an enjoyment, that youthful way that he goes about it.
Well, this is what Trump said afterwards. He said, "This is the best performance there has been against me by quite far. Apart from maybe John Higgins and the odd Ronnie O'Sullivan performance, this is as well as you can play." He wasn't even touching the knuckles. Everything was going in cleanly. It was like an exhibition. And from what I've seen, he's an absolute mile clear of anyone his age or within 5 years of him. Quite an accolade from the player of the season, and indeed the player of the last few seasons.
Yeah, those accolades don't get bandied around lightly, do they?
Foul. Xiao Guodong, 4.
But I totally get what Judd's saying. I mean, he just basically nullified Judd with unbelievable potting, break building, aggression. And that is not easy to do, as we know. I mean, Judd's not been at his best this week, the last few weeks actually. There's been more battling performances, but he was simply taken apart by C. Just in the early running though, Xiao has kind of got a handle on this, certainly from a safety aspect.
An impromptu musical accompaniment which has appeared a few times this week, along with some banging and crashing in the arena. It's been quite a noisy venue, which the players have had to contend with. Yeah, and it wasn't just about the maximum, and before
Yellow
that,
ball.
the 144 total clearance from C. Just as important were some of the other breaks at key moments in the match. For example, in the 5th frame, Xiao lays the snooker when Trump had got in with 59, and C cleared up with 81 to move 4-1 up when it looked like being 3-2, and then the match has a different look. So all aspects of his game yesterday were just so impressive. And he didn't flinch in sight of victory either.
请大家检查一下手机，调成静音或者关机，不要影响选手，谢谢。
Peggy Lee just reminding the fans to make sure their phones are off and to keep still when the players are down on the shot.
Yeah, this is a nasty one. I do like the way that he's thinking, or the way he was queuing there. A couple of cushions for the obvious red in the corner. He quite honestly didn't have any other appealing options. Okay, so he's trying to come the two diagonal reds in the open, just below them, and rest on the one in the corner. Yeah, he was in a tricky spot there, so the good nestle in behind the brown has paid off for Xiao, and a more than decent chance. He's kind of bossing these early exchanges. That'll be the plan today.
1.
He started the week ranked at 29 in the world. He's up to 24th in getting to the final, but if he wins today, he'll move to a career high 18th. His previous highest was 19th, but that was 9 years ago now. A couple of years after he made that final in Shanghai, losing to Ding.
Yeah, he'll also know that it's unlikely that he's going to outgun, for want of a better word, that see. So he's going to have to just try and outplay him.
16.
It sounds like the same thing, but it's kind of not. He's going to have to. He's going to be the defensive, more defensive strategy, I think. Xiao Guodong. like he has been in the early stages of this.
Yes, he's shown that he can win in different ways this week. Against Murphy, he just was able to blitz the former world champion with surely the best performance of his career. But against Kyron Wilson, prior to that, he was comprehensively outscored. But sheer determination
24.
got him through, even though he only made one break over 50. So he's shown a good all-round game in Wuhan this week.
25.
Yes, he's having a pass at the pack of reds, just trying to release 2 or 3 of them. Manage it, but nicely controlled. So the good
32.
news, absolutely perfect to pick his spot now. No plants on offer there, so he's going to have to go in.
33.
That's perfect. The good thing, again, you know, just saying before, 2 or 3 reds out of there would be fine. He wants to catch the left-hand red pretty much full in the face with more of a stun. There it is. Played it lovely. And a little bit unlucky not to leave
40.
anything easier.
A healthy lead, but not a decisive one. Plenty of points still there. Should see get back in.
Yeah, you can see what I mean by, you know, he may well take the red on and probably should do, but he's had a good think about it. He's so mindful of the ability of his opponent.
$41.
Fantastic shot.
Looking good now with that excellent long-range red to seal this frame then.
45.
Just this red and any colour.
$46.
Landed perfectly on the black here. Finish cut, but it's all he needs. So he would need a couple of snookers. And in fact, he's just pushing the black to the side cushion.
Xiao Guodong, 46.
So C can theoretically tie the frame, but he needs blacks, of course.
Yeah, the idea was good, trying to get in behind the yellow. He had to make some kind of move, but that will be end of frame. No problem with the cutback. And a good start. Guodong, as I say, come out with a game plan, keep it nice and tight, and the odd time maybe C is going to push the boat out and have a go at, well, anything with risk attached to it. He doesn't mind that. And the ideal start. This has been excellent. It's also nicer for Xiao Guodong playing against that style, where, as opposed to yesterday, he knew there was going to be some drawn-out frames. Today, I think at the back of his mind, he knows that he's bound to get lots of chances. Maybe not lots, but certainly chances without having to work for them. And that'll help him.
$13. 14.
See, unable to get involved in this opening frame, but of course, there's a very long way to go. The first to 10 to be crowned champion.
$20. 21. 27. 28.
The best shot of this frame was the long red, which Xiao dispatched to the yellow pocket, which was missable. And had he missed, could have left C a chance to get back into the frame, but he struck it cleanly and he has completely monopolised the table in this
34.
opening frame. The ideal start. It's fair to say that he wasn't able to kick on from making that final in
36.
Shanghai 11 years ago in the way he would have wanted. But this
39.
week here in Wuhan, things have clicked. He's bagged some very impressive scalps already. And he's made the ideal start.
43. 48. 54.
Crowd appreciating the cannon to promote the black.
Foul.
In off. So it doesn't count, but 54 will do very nicely for Xiao Guodong. An excellent start for him. He's monopolised the table in frame one to lead by a frame to nil.
One.
Oh, that's a lovely shot to play. It's actually, I mean, such a difficult pot, I know, but it's quite nice when you know you've got the absolute perfect angle. If you get the pot, and you've likely got the low black. Now then. Try and get them spread far and wide using power. Oh, that's super. That is a fabulous shot. What a start.
8.
There's nothing like winning the first frame of a big final just to settle the nerves. Make you feel part of the occasion immediately. 9. And perhaps just heighten the nerves of your opponent. And the way in which Xiao was able to dominate that first frame has clearly settled him very quickly. That one wipes its feet a bit, but it's gone in.
$13. 14. Twenty-one. 22.
It's one of those chances that you like as a
29.
player as well. Enough reds in the open where you don't have to disturb anything to win the frame. And a couple of
30.
reds near cushions for a bit of security.
$31. Correction, 37. $38. $40.
Yeah, just gone marginally out of position. Should still be okay, but a wee bit of pressure on this one.
$41.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do just fine. A couple of good options, yellow or blue.
$43. $44.
He also looks like he's enjoying himself, which is a good sign, obviously. Jiahui hasn't scored a point yet in the final, apart from the foul of 7 at the very end of the frame that was nothing to do with him. So the absolute perfect start. The
50.
start that he would have been dreaming about when he was no doubt having a practice session last night. It's nice that when you I think get through a semi-final and the
51.
afternoon and you have all evening to prepare for this.
$58. $59.
So this black and one more red. And it's going to be 2-0 to the former Shanghai Masters finalist. got him with a great long red. Floating it into the left corner. And hasn't looked back. Frame ball. Jiahui
74.
is going to have to be patient. A very different feel about this match at the moment for him than yesterday when he was all conquering. That's a surprise miss from Xiao.
Xiao Guodong 74.
And it certainly won't hurt Jiahui to pot a few balls, even if realistically chances of winning the frame have gone with only 59 left.
1. Eight. 9. 16.
I know watching on television as well, you don't often get the sense of how tall a player is. Jiahui is really tall, about 6'1", 6'2".
70.
I stood next to him in the practice room a few weeks ago at Brentwood. He came in and just having his loosener and put up a long red, and it went. The cue was out the case about 5 seconds.
Jiahui 17. From
He's missed the black. The goal there was just to get a feel for the table because he's had precious little table time in the first 2 frames. Xiao Guodong has made a great start in this Wuhan Open final. Breaks of 54 and 74. He leads Jiahui 2-0. Dominated the table in the first 2 frames to lead Jiahui, who was quite brilliant in beating Judd Trump in the semi-finals yesterday by 2 frames to 0.
One.
We saw a lot of that against Trump. And maybe just having those few shots academic in terms of the outcome of the frame was a help to see Jiahui as he floats that one in nicely.
It was a little bit unlucky actually, the cue ball on the low black. Another half a roll and it really could have got the reds into play, but that was the best he could do. But here we go, staying aggressive as we suspected he would. Clean as a whistle. What a shot that is. 2 stunning long reds. No messing, leaving the cue ball in the middle of the table, no thought whatsoever of hedging bets, none of that. Oh no, that's a poor shot. That is as bad a shot as I've seen him play. He may still be on the red, but with his power, I was expecting him to go the full face of the pink and get the reds in the open. It was kind of no time like the present. Eyeing up the plant, but it's risky. This time deciding to use a little bit of discretion. shot.
13.
Shot. And the ideal angle on the brown to power this into the reds.
$90.
Looks like he's out of luck. Didn't quite get into them as he wanted. He hit the pink first.
Jiahui, 19.
He actually might be in a bit of trouble here, Xiao Guodong, because obviously it's not a touching ball. I don't mean trouble, but it's one of those that it may not be that easy to play and not leave one. It's hard to tell, obviously. He was okay, played it nicely, but eventually, it looks like one player's going to leave some kind of shot. Don't know whether C would be up for a re-rack. 19-point lead, it's not that much in today's game.
Fresh air shot. It's not illegal in snooker. Obviously the danger of a push when you're that close to the object ball.
That's twice C has had a look at Xiao Guodong. He's looking for a re-rack because he's in a bit of trouble now.
Touching ball.
Oh, touching ball, so at least it gives him options, perhaps twice across in behind and try to use green as the blocker. 2 cushions and try and get the cue ball about 8 inches left of the green pocket. Yeah, using the blue instead. Good shot.
Indicates no touching ball this time. Both players very mindful of the red over the left corner, which is inhibiting safety at the moment.
Was a mistake, wasn't it? I believe the red near the cushion. And yes, he's badly hampered, Xiao Guodong, but he can just get to the kind of right centre of the cue ball. I know, as I say, I know it's awkward, but the good news is at dead weight, he's going to be on the black. A bit thinner than it looks on that picture. But that could be potentially a major blunder. That's a fabulous shot. Very nicely controlled. But even again, I think there's evidence that in those short safety exchanges, Xiao Guodong has got the upper hand. Generally. Almost kind of channeling it as inner Mark Selby for, you know, for good reason. He's so aware of how dangerous Jiahui is. And he knows that, as I said early on in this final, he'll get some chances without having to work for it, and that was an example.
8.
But it's Xiao's turn to make a glaring error.
Xiao
Goodness
Guodong,
me.
8.
Wide with the red. He looks puzzled, no wonder. What a let-off for Jiahui that was. After his own safety error to leave Xiao the chance to get in the first place.
One. Seven.
Yeah, see what he's trying to do here. Just push the pink a few inches. This is where he's not a touch player. And he's going to top through them. Ah, super shot. Well
8.
judged. Well worked out. And now, certainly going by the way he's been playing, and yesterday especially, he really should win the frame from here. But what a blunder by Xiao Guodong.
Very early in the piece, but that could prove to be a very significant moment. C hadn't settled, he made a few mistakes,
15.
including the safety error to let Xiao in. Xiao had looked so comfortable in the first 2 frames, but already missed just now
16.
was a sitter, really. And he's gifted C a chance to get himself involved in this final.
Twenty-three. 24. 31. 32.
32. tell you what, he doesn't have like a punch shot, doesn't he?
39.
You know, all of these are, you know, I know this is just a, well, what's he going to do with this one? It's a plain ball for a low black. But he likes to punch
40.
it in, doesn't he, for the high one? A bit different from most players. It's good for your cueing, actually, if you punch a lot of shots.
Both of these players have made 6 centuries in getting to the final.
47.
Just this black then for his first frame of the final. Wasn't clean, but it's gone in, and for Xiao Guodong, a lot of frustration, I'm sure, sitting in his chair
55.
because he let C in for this with that short range red that he missed. When he might have been looking
56.
at 3-0 lead and really putting his opponent under early pressure in this final. As it is, C can now relax a bit.
$60. 61. $68. 69. $76. 77. 82. 84. 87. 91.
Yeah, this is exactly why Xiao Guodong is treading carefully in this final so far. Played nicely himself, but
96.
that blunder has cost him the frame in double quick time.
And this for his 7th century of the week.
102. 109.
A 109 clearance from Jiahui to get his first frame of this Wuhan Open final on the board, but Xiao Guodong left to reflect on the short range red that he missed to let him in. And after 3 frames, it's Xiao who leads by 2 frames to 1. A 7th century of the tournament for Jiahui to halve the deficit. Xiao Guodong leads the Wuhan Open final 2-1.
that's a top quality safety shot. That was deliberate to cover the right half as far as the reds go. So there's no obvious return apart from a deep screw shot. It was well worked out, actually, as far as the reds. He kind of knew that he wasn't going to get a red chasing back up towards baulk. Oh, what a stunning pot. I mean, it was laden with risk as well, but in it goes. It was so easy to play the safety shot, thicker than that, but he only had eyes for the pot. He's away again. Got to think black is the shot here, because you know he's got 3 or 4 reds that he can play on. The blue for the red and baulk is risky. The black's got to be the shot. He'd be hard pressed not to be on a red playing this.
Eight. Nine.
And it's now become a fabulous chance. The straight red to left corner brings the pink back into play. It's really a great chance to put a decent break together at the very least.
So he didn't pot a ball of consequence in the first 2 frames. He made a few at the end of the second when the frame was already won by Xiao with a break of 74. And that misread just now
15
from Xiao when he was entertaining thoughts of 3-0 and keeping his opponent pretty cold in the process. Feels like a very significant moment early in this final.
Yeah, clearly has a plan to. I think he was thinking about the red to left middle and play on the black, but he's just come with a bit too much angle on it, so he's going to have to work the cue ball. Get back up for blue.
22.
but it's gone completely wrong. Just the very odd occasion his shot choices. I think it's because he's so aggressive. I mean, no messing here. 2 seconds to think about it. Long blue. And it goes. Clean as a whistle. Unbelievable, isn't it? What a talent.
We saw Long potting of that calibre throughout his run to the World semi-finals a couple of seasons ago. He was quite outstanding from long range. And of
28.
course, led Luca Brissell by 9 frames in that semi-final before being overhauled. It seems to have well and truly got the huge disappointment of that loss out of his system. Of course, he made the German Masters final last season.
$31.
No, this is risky. More so with the cue ball.
$32.
Yeah, hand of apology. As I said, it was risky and he was going to trust to luck. He plays such a different game to everyone else. I mean, at times when the red that he had in bulk, it was a natural top it through for a choice of 2 or 3 bulk colours, but he punched it and ended up in kind of no man's land. He does that a lot.
38.
I mean, even there,
39.
he played that the difficult way for the blue. I mean, anyone else would be playing above the blue spot there with the cue ball for bulk colour. Yeah, he tends to sort of
Jiahui,
punch almost
39.
every shot.
An eventful break and a 39-point lead.
One. Four.
Yeah, he's going to do well to get into double figures in this break. Premium colours all totally out of commission.
Five.
It's an awkward table at the moment in terms of scoring something substantial, with the black on the side cushion, blue out of commission, pink to some extent surrounded, so a lot of work for Xiao to do to turn this into something meaningful.
Nine. Ten. $16.
I wonder if he might consider playing this with pace to try and get the red that he's going to cannon into the red and blue together there. That's the line that that red would take. Yeah, perhaps it wasn't quite
17.
on. But he's taking these nicely. Not in an effort to win the frame, but just to get back in it. You know, pink, red, pink, and there's not much in it at all. So it's a good effort, this. Yeah, lovely shot.
$23. Xiao Guodong, 23.
Not an easy red by any means, and he's back in the frame. 16 the difference. Again, see Jiahui not holding back, going for the double. Oh, just for a moment, looked as though he might snooker Xiao Guodong on that red. Looks as though he may have done so. Could easily have left it.
Just to let anyone know, if you haven't seen that much snooker before, you are allowed to play safe. He just almost goes for anything, doesn't he? Good to watch all the same.
1.
Crack in the pot. Nice angle on the yellow. It's a handy lead the way the table is. Just wants this to pull up. Yeah, it's okay. This depends on the natural cannon on the blue. Might just be able to push it on. Failing that, he has options. That's where he's not the, you know, as cultured as perhaps some players. He played that with too much pace. You know, he surely would have known that he was going to double kiss the red. The red's still on, yes, but the pace that he played it was quite a curious one. And 25 in front, still needing both of them to win the frame at this visit. We know he'll be taking it on. He almost kind of plays like the ultimate optimist, doesn't he? He sees opportunity where everyone else sees difficulty, or most people. People like me. It's a bad miss for him, certainly.
Would only have needed the red to follow to share these first 4 frames from 2-0 behind. As it is, 26 the difference. 35 left.
One.
So Xiao needs all 6 colours for what would be a very important steal for him.
Nine.
I'm sure he feels that he should have been 3-0 up. He missed that red when he was in early in frame 3. Ended out sitting out a century from Jiahui, but if he can pinch this one, then that will certainly ease the frustration of that 3rd frame.
Yeah, obviously needs them all. But I did think yesterday the table played it marginally tighter than it had earlier in the week with the brand new cloth, but having had a day or two to settle, I mean, even the first red of this break,
16.
It kind of caught the jaw on the way in and still went in. I think the pockets are accepting them nicely on day 2 of this cloth. So in behind the black, it'd be tough to see him missing it. He knows, doesn't he? He knows that this is potentially a massive juncture of the final. Anything but straight on the pink.
$21.
So deep screw, one cushion. Fabulous shot.
27.
That is a fabulous shot. As I say, it's not in yet. We've still got to pot it, but I can't see him missing this. What a blow this will be.
Jiahui was looking good to share this mini session. Missed the pink when he only needed the red to follow. And Guodong has dropped the black in.
Guodong, 34 frames.
And has the advantage at the first interval of our Wuhan Open final. It's been an intriguing start. Guodong dominated the first 2 frames, might have won the third.
Frame 5.
The third
Guodong
Chinese ranking event final. The second that Guodong has contested, and he has the advantage after the first interval. 3-1 he leads, having won the 4th frame on the final black. Both of these players will hit a career high ranking if they win the title today. In the case of Xiao, he'll move up to 18th, one better than his previous best 9 years ago. And if Jiahui lifts the trophy, he'll be into the world's top 10 for the first time, just ahead of Ding Junhui.
You could say it was a bit unfortunate to push that red on, but I was surprised he didn't play off the main cluster of reds, because it was unlikely to push one to the left. So it's a kind of free chance again for Xiao.
One. Three. Four.
Certainly timing the ball nicely. Okay, that was another example. Now it's probably easier to play the cannon into the reds here rather than drop on one.
Six.
Yeah, it just didn't get deep enough into the cue ball. So end the break. It looks that way. Well, he can get through, but what about his cue ball? Yeah, that's not bad if the blue's on.
Seven.
Once they get pushed up table, green will do nicely.
Was some way off that one.
Xiao
Of
Guodong.
course, there was
Seven.
pressure on it, knowing that if he did miss, he was leaving C a chance. crowd have been treated to some brilliant snooker this week. Very heavy scoring, 77 centuries in all, including the 7th of the tournament for Jiahui to make it 2-1 before he lost on the black in the 4th frame. Once again, though, at the moment, an awkward-looking table with both pink and black not ideally placed.
Yeah, well played. Both players obviously looking to trap in behind that yellow. Yeah, it's a good line, but is it hard enough? This is a decent chance to get in behind that yellow. Good line. Yeah, nearly, but not quite.
I think Xiao was anticipating it was going to go behind the yellow. He was tapping the table long before the cue ball came to rest, but very congested, this top end. Going to need a lot of sorting out this frame, and that shot hasn't developed things.
matching ball.
Not the sort of frame that either player wants to be engaged in, really.
Matching ball.
Something of a stalemate at the moment. Pink completely out of commission.
Yeah, kind of feels like delaying the inevitable re-rack. Perhaps not. I mean, see there is he's at least offered the opportunity to get the cue ball back to bulk. One of those frames you see on the cruise ships, don't you?
He was up very quickly there. Jiahui. Does the red pass the black? So it continues to be a waiting game, this frame. Things extremely awkward at the moment. Ripple of applause for a good cue ball for Xiao Guodong, but even if someone does pot a red here, making a break off it is going to be quite a task.
Yeah, this might open things up a fraction. Well, but for being hampered with the yellow, he could have opened it up a fraction more here, see, but he won't be playing that, you wouldn't think, off the 3 reds together. Just play the easy shot.
1.
Wow, what a pot.
Trump made the point yesterday in the post-match interview he gave that Xiaohui's pots were going right in the back of the leather. The jaws weren't involved for the lion's share of their semi-final. Just wonderful accuracy from Xiaohui and the ability to retrieve a break
6.
when it looked as though he'd lost position so many times, including in the 147.
Seven.
So what can he conjure from here? It's going to take something pretty special to make a break of substance, given the state of the table.
That's a lovely shot, playing on the red by the black. And if the one nearest the left corner is on, which it looks like
12.
it is from there, if you get, as far as bringing others into play, that's an option. But also, just if he pots it, it looks like it's going to release one of the others. So there's prospects here for, I don't know about winning the frame in
13.
this visit, but certainly putting a dent in it. Have a look at those reds now.
$16. $17. $22.
Got to get nice and straight on this black.
$23.
That is a wonderful shot. Just chipping away at these. No problem with the next red, just depends. High of straight on it or low of straight. I mean, tempting to play a kind of forcing cannon, but this could go wrong if he was to play that. Yeah, there you go. Still might be on the thin cut.
30.
And this will bring reds into play if he's playing the pot for certain. Yeah. All right, he
31.
hung the pace off it, but I thought he could have gone a bit more forcefully through that shot.
38. Jiahui, 38.
A lead of 31, which is handy indeed, given the still awkward nature of the table. That's a useful result, landing right over the brown, making life that much more awkward for C, so it's off the cushion. C has just spotted something on the cue ball, I think, so Peggy Lee, our referee for this final, giving it a quick clean. Would have been a hurtful frame to lose just before the interval for C, but this has been quite a battle, so he's had time to get that frustration out of his system when he looked poised for 2-all, having lost the first 2 of the final. It's been a real battle of attrition, this frame. Right from the get-go, the high-value colours have been awkward, the reds congregating along the cushion, top end. Jiahui has been able to eke out that valuable 31-point lead. But there's still potentially a very long way to go in this frame, and of course a further 4 to be played in this session. They're due to come back for the concluding session in 3¼ hours' time.
Well, at the very least, he's got a decent chance. I mean, the red looks like it's on. If not, well, looks like it is. So a half chance. Yeah, good pot.
One.
Roll the cue ball on above the blue. No good.
Eight.
Yeah, I'd like to see him, try to release a couple of reds. I mean, I know there's some risk, but if he keeps them together, then yeah, it's a good shot actually. Well played. He keeps them all together, then he's, sees just cushion first and rest on them. You know what Xiaohui's like, and all bets are off as far as his shot selection. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes on anything, but the onus is kind of on Guodong here to sort of get the frame a bit more open.
The view from the balk end, not particularly appetising. That's a good hit from Guodong. 23 the difference, a possible 67 left.
Yeah, very good shot. So it looks like he's covered all reds. The problem with the one on the left, the one next to the pink, if he chooses to go cushion first to rest on it, it's dangerous because resting dead weight on it, he's likely to be in even more trouble his next shot. Yeah, I can understand why he's looking at cushion first with a bit of right-hand side. Yeah, it's not bad. this is a fabulous effort. Oh, just nestled in on the second sort of hit, if you like. So I don't think that red is on the one in the open near the left corner, or is it? Be hard to tell.
Finally, the table is looking rather more inviting. For whoever gets in next, it's C with the advantage, but if he makes a mistake here, there could be a chance for Xiao Guodong to get right back in this frame in his bid to move 3 to the good, 4-1 up. Relieved that he left nothing on as a result of missing that long-range red.
He as ever, itching to take the pot on to right centre. Just depends on the path of his cue ball. Yeah, he worked it out well. It's a good shot, actually. The priority, obviously, was get the cue ball back in ball. It's the top of the table. Hasn't had a look, but this cross double safety, I think the red actually goes to left corner. Might get close to it through the gap. Ooh, now, has he got cover? No, half chance. Xiao Guodong, well, half chance at best, but they've been kind of waiting patiently for something, hoping for something easier than this.
One. Black ball. Xiao Guodong, 1.
Not a pretty frame, a real test of patience for both of them, but a vital one, particularly for C after the way in which he lost the fourth, which he looked likely to win. Pipped to the post on the final black before the interval.
The table's gradually getting better from a Xiao Guodong point of view, and this is all right. He's hampered, but there's a decent half chance. I mean, at best, it's far from easy, but there are prospects now. The table, as I said, is getting a bit more inviting when the chance comes. Oh, but thin was the enemy. So, is that going to be the decisive moment? Nothing easy for Jiahui, but we know he's going to take it on.
As you can see, an epic over 45 minutes now, but maybe not too much further to travel in this frame. Again, a fair bit of noise. Jiahui needs to compose himself here, kill this frame off, get himself back within one.
One.
Well, it's better cueing than it looked from close to the side cushion. But that has not gone to plan.
7.
So this frame not over yet. And the frustration very evident in Jiahui. Very awkward queuing here. Oh, he's done well. He's done well to negotiate that.
8.
This pink and the open red would be enough. Just about dropped. It's been a very difficult frame, but Jiahui now within one pot of closing the gap.
14.
Not the sort of frame that would be to his taste ordinarily. And he's missed the red. And in truth, he didn't get close.
Jiahui, 14.
Frame ball comes and goes for Jiahui.
One.
And what a frame this would be now to steal. The fourth felt big. This would be even bigger for Xiao Guodong. To certainty there to see his lead shaped to a single frame.
Concerned look and see for good reason, but
6.
can take some comfort in the fact that this is pretty much poker straight. Not much you can do with a cue ball. Yes, at that speed, just too big an ask.
Xiao Guodong,
I
6.
suppose at least he's half gotten away with it. It's a dangerous red to take on now for C at 30 in front. I think for once he might even renege on the pot here. Now, 30 behind, there's only one thing you're doing, you're taking it on, but different story being that in front.
Very good hit from Xiao Guodong. We saw him acknowledge the safety from Jiahui, but he's still in this frame, 30 in it, 35 on. C has been in charge of it throughout, but he kind of was in the fourth as well. We know how that panned out. So there's still cause for concern for him, particularly after he missed a relatively straightforward frame ball red just now.
Yeah, now then, having a good look at the red, whether it's potable. If it's not, he can certainly put C in a world of trouble, just nestling in behind the brown. Looks like he thinks he can pot the red. I mean, at best, he probably has about, excuse me, about a third of a pocket far jaw. But if it goes in, he should win the frame. Yeah, lovely shot. Well played.
Well, what a turnaround this will be. And what a blow to Jiahui's hopes if he loses a second consecutive frame. From a position of strength, he missed the frame ball red. Not over yet, but it's a chance for Xiao Guodong to strengthen his position in this first session. And he hit that well.
Yeah, he did, but he's kind of making a wee bit of a meal of this. That, I mean, the brown to flick the yellow was not good. He should still clear.
10.
But he's, as I say, he's continuing to make a bit of a mess of this. Can still hold the cue ball if he wants to.
A frame that's been attritional, to put it mildly, but set for an exciting finish now. Well controlled. Nearly 55 minutes. What a battle.
$25.
And what a blow for Xiao Guodong to strike for the second consecutive frame. He's set to steal it on the black. In it goes. A hammer blow for Jiahui, who looked favourite in that frame just as he did in the fourth, but ultimately undone, having missed frame ball red to the right centre pocket. He pays a heavy price, and Xiao Guodong tightens his grip in this opening session. He leads 4-1 for the finale, the first to 10 to be crowned Wuhan Open champion. And both chasing their first ranking title.
Yes, another terrific pot. A shot that's been knocked in a couple of times already in this final. Just seems to have the upper hand. Most departments at the moment. Guodong, his plan, if he had one, which I'm sure he would have, is going absolutely... Well, yeah, you'd like to win frames in one visit, everybody 4-1 in front, but part of his plan would have been thinking, I'm going to get some chances on the cheat from my opponent, and it's been happening. And that's a lovely shot. It's a nice position where the pink is, so you can just overcook the cue ball for a choice of blue or pink. And he's going to be attacking the pack of reds.
15.
I think his only crime there was getting too much work on the cue ball.
Guodong, 20.
Xiao Guodong eyeing up the plant and certainly looks pretty much dead set. A real test of character now for Jiahui, having to try and forget about the manner in which he's lost the last couple of frames. Still plenty of time in this final, first to 10.
Yeah, he's just concerned about taking this red on the path of the cue ball. He's gonna... Not so much trust to luck, but he'll be busy finding a path back to balk without colliding. Yeah, was just never sure of his cue ball. Needs this to pull up. He's left something, not easy, but a half chance now for C to get going again. And he needs something positive to happen pretty quickly.
One.
Goodness. Yesterday, everything was so simple for Jiahui. His game was in perfect rhythm. He was knocking in the breaks for fun, making telling clearances, 147s. Today, a very different story at the moment.
Jiahui, one.
He's having to really dig in here and remain patient.
Yeah, that was a bit of a curious one, wasn't it? I mean, even the pace that he played it, well, I don't know what he was expecting with his cue ball, but quite a serious blunder.
One.
That is really poor. All right, the pink is still gettable. To get it back on its spot for scoring purposes,
6.
but he shouldn't have been anywhere near the black. It's just the odd, it's the odd silly shot by Xiao. I mean, you've got to remember, he's still only 22. For all his ability and talent and scoring power, he just got to be a little more polished now and again.
7.
When everything's in the open, it's no problem. He'll score with the best of them. He's just got to be mindful of some of the finer points of the game. That's what he's got to improve on. But time is on his side. It's just about still on his side in this final, but you've got to salvage something from this afternoon session.
Ten. Eleven. 16. Jiahui, 16.
Once again, it's a far from ideal table for scoring. But Xiao Guodong won't care about that right now. He's got the 3-frame advantage and the psychological edge, having won the last 2 on the final black. Both frames that he looked likely to lose.
Seven. Eight.
This time it's Xiao building a handy lead with the balls still a bit awkward.
$15.
Looking to promote one there, but he's still on this red on the left side.
21.
Yeah, it's quite a big shot, this, isn't it? You wouldn't think any problem getting low straight on the pink. Get on the next 2 reds, so if he can negotiate this red with the rest, every chance he could win the frame at this visit. Oh, a little bit of a snatchy one, needs a red to pull up.
Guodong, 21.
But it hasn't done. I mean, I know it's been hypercritical, but even there, he's overrun the cue ball. He's got to be the other side of the blue. He's overrun the cue ball by at least 2, maybe even 3 feet there. He just, at times, he's heavy-handed. I know he's a power-packed player, but that's where he just needs to learn the intricacies of the game in some way. When things get a bit sticky like the last few frames have been.
Five. 6.
It wasn't easy.
Jiahui,
Never is when you're
12.
that close to the object ball and trying to judge the angle of the pot. But he's got himself back within 12 points, 51 on the table. So a chance for Jiahui if he can knock this red in. An opportunity to close the gap back to 2 frames. The cannon could have been a lot more kindly, and when you're struggling a bit, that tends to be the way. It's just not happening for him at the moment.
Yeah, is it the blue with deep screw? Yes, it is. Wow, what a big shot this is. Bound to leave one, got to get it, really. Yeah, he's lost his way. This is a real chance now for Xiao Guodong to punish heavily. All right, it's not an easy put away, far from it. But he's lost his cool for the minute as Jiahui, but frustrated.
One. Six.
So this frame still up for grabs. Now 17 in it in Xiao's favour, 35 left. All sense of rhythm and flow has gone out of this final for now. The last 3 frames, including this one, have been scrappy.
Xiao Guodong, 6.
But in a final like this, you've got to win your share of the scrappy frames, and Xiao has lost the last 2 on the final ball. If he loses this one as well, he's going to have a very sizable task to get back into this final.
Foul. And a miss. Xiao Guodong, 4.
And he's been extremely fortunate to not leave a free ball. You would expect him fully to hit it this time with the adjustment, but got to get it safe. Well, not the worst, but he obviously, well, you've got to think he's going to take this on. If it goes in, the black potentially waiting. 21 in front. Things are getting a bit serious now for Jiahui. If this frame goes as well, 3 scrappy frames in a row, and he can't sort of get loose of the shackles that Xiao Guodong has been able to impart on him in this match so far. Cue ball, corner. Ooh. Now, can he find one piece of cueing? Well, he absolutely needs it. This is a tough pot under any circumstances, but he's got to start making it happen.
Very well played, right in the middle. So, an opportunity to stop the rot.
Yeah, he does play left-handed well.
7. Nine.
But as with most people going with the opposite hand, the cue ball's not quite as neat and tidy.
Very awkward, hampered by the blue, using the rest. Plenty of pressure on this one. And he's just about dropped it in
12.
off the jaw. He needs the 4 colours to close the gap.
$16.
Yeah, he missed this pink that he's going to be having
21.
earlier on today, so he'll remember the way that he missed it. So he'll probably use that to make the adjustment.
$27.
He's lost the last 2 frames on the black in very disappointing circumstances. Now C has the chance to return the compliment and get back in this final. And he's done it. What a vital intervention from last season's German Masters finalist, Jiahui. He needed that frame badly. 3 consecutive frames decided on the final black. This time it goes Jiahui's way, and he's back in the match, but trails by 4 frames to 2. Frame 7 of a possible 19. best break, bringing a red up the table. Guodong looking anxiously to see if there's a gap.
One. Jiahui, 1。确保手机调成静音，现在越来越关键。谢谢。
That was a very good pot. Thin cut. You'll feel a whole lot better for taking the final frame. Just gives him something to build on now after what has been overall a challenging session for him. Night and day compared with yesterday when he played as well as you can play against Judd Trump. It's been a different sort of snooker today for the most part, but in winning that frame, he's got a bit of traction. Could still emerge unscathed from this session.
Six.
Well, that was much more like the Jiahui of yesterday. feeling a whole lot better, I'm sure, now for having got his second frame. And what a chance he's created for himself now to win his third.
13. $20. 21. 28. 29.
'It's a good asset that he has when, after
36.
all the difficulties of the last few frames. When he gets back
37.
in the scoring zone, he quickly looks $1 million again. And scores so quickly as well. Only half a dozen shots or so away from securing this frame.
44. 45. 51. 52.
'Second half century of the match. He made a century in frame 3. His 7th of the tournament after Xiao Guodong had missed a short range red himself when he was looking good for 3-0.
59. 60.
67 left, so this is frame ball, barring snookers. A very different frame to the previous 3. No mistake this time. He missed a frame ball a couple of frames back, which cost him. But this has been
67.
Jiahui that has lit up this tournament, particularly in the semi-final against Trump.
68.
And suddenly, he's right back in the match.
$75.
Xiao Guodong had his own chance to extend his lead to 5-1.
$83. 84. Jiahui,
No
84.
8th century
Conceded.
of the tournament for Xiao, but the first fluent snooker since the ton that he made in the third frame, and he's now won back-to-back frames and is right back in the final at 4-3 down. This match has a different feel now. Xiao fighting back impressively. Not the best break-off in bringing the red up the table. He's got a good cue ball, but that was a fluent break of 84 for back-to-back frames, having won the previous one on the black. Xiao, of course, having won back-to-back frames on the final black to move 4-1 in front, but now just one ahead.
Yeah, it was a clever shot. More attacking intent. The beauty of it as well is getting the cue ball glued to the baulk cushion makes the strike on this pretty awkward. Got to avoid the thick contact. Yeah, it was awkward. Now, what has he left, if anything?
Foul and miss. Guodong, 4.
It's happened a few times this week. Judd Trump did it. Seen one or two other players doing it. So that good aggressive safety shot has paid off. Not the way you would have expected, but a good chance for Xiao early on in a frame.
1. Three. 4.
Xiao himself hasn't made a break of any great size since the second frame when he knocked in a 74 for 2-0, but of course he was able to win 2 of those 3 black ball frames. If he can win this one, then he's guaranteed a lead ahead of the decisive session.
Eleven. 12. 19. 20. 27. 28.
Yeah, straight's not good. It's a quizzical look at maybe the way the cue ball came off the cushion, but there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it looks like, you know, the deep screw obviously is going to run into the face of the red on the left cushion. So that's no good to him. He has that red in the... Well, he does look to have room to play on it if he wanted, but it's going to be the tricky one to left middle. And it's going to be even more tricky, the fact that he hasn't quite got the cue ball back
35.
straight enough. So he has to inject quite a bit of pace in this. Makes the pot that fraction more missable. Big shot, because if he gets it and gets nicely back on the black, he should win the frame in this visit. With reds in the open.
$36.
Say should, I mean, it's just going on the standard these days. You expect it, don't you? Still get plenty to do, but just keep a hold of a good cue ball and he should get there, you'd imagine.
$43. 44.
Yeah, now which way does he play this? The two reds on the sort of top right of all of those together. I like a cannon on, well, the right one of the two. I'm playing to drop it in. That's okay.
$49. 大家确保手机调下静音，不要影响选手。
Music from somewhere in
确
the
定关机了
arena
吗？这位观众。
at a key moment of this frame as
好，现在如果开始谁手机响，我会请他出场。
Xiao Guodong looks to guarantee himself a first session advantage. Peggy Lee, our referee, reminding the audience to turn off their devices, remain still on the shot, etc.
$50.
That was a lovely shot.
57.
If you slip round the back of that red, you're on nothing. So, red, colour red. So as Philip said, guarantee
58.
a lead later on this evening.
This break, a direct result of the miscue from C at the start of the frame. And he's taken them well because, as mentioned, there hasn't been any flow to Xiao Guodong's game.
65.
Very scrappy middle period of this first session of the final, but he's taken this chance very nicely. And that red
66.
should be enough. Jiahui will now
71.
be steeling himself for a big effort in the final frame coming up shortly.
72.
Given he was 4-1 behind, having lost 2 black ball frames, a 5-4 deficit would not be bad at all for him. 6-3 would not be unassailable, of course, but it would leave him with plenty to do tonight. So the next frame,
77.
very important.
$78. $85.
And Xiao Guodong, with the frame safely secured, now looking to join Jiahui on 7 centuries for the tournament.
86. $93. 94.
Yeah, very classy century.
101.
Xiao Guodong, just what he needed, I think, on the back of some of the scrappy stuff of late, but you know, some good memories to take into hopefully the last frame of this session, but more importantly later this evening.
His 15th of the season, which is only 4 shy of his tally for the entire campaign in 2023-24. He's been scoring very heavily all week, as of course has his opponent. 3 consecutive centuries in that marvellous performance against Shaun Murphy.
$109. $111. $114. $118. $123. $129.
For a total clearance. Wasn't too concerned about the black, tried to power it in, no joy, but 129 will do just as well for Xiao Guodong. A classy break from him to re-establish a 2-frame cushion with 1 to come in the first session of the Wuhan Open final. It's Xiao who leads C by 5 frames to 3.
Xiao Guodong to break.
A 3-frame cushion, fresh from that superb 129 break to lead 5-3. he's been devouring pots like these throughout his career, but there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders given the significance of this final frame of the first session.
这边观众，我不知道你们手里是包装纸还是那个串的珠子，请你们在球员瞄球的时候保持安静，不要影响球员。
Pressing on then, this will take some cueing, not just the pot, but get the cue ball out of there. Oh, terrific pot, but just couldn't get the purchase on the cue ball. I suppose that was the main aspect of the shot. Beautiful piece of cueing, wasn't it? It killed the cue ball stone dead.
Jiahui, 1.
And also followed it up with an excellent safety shot now. If Xiao chooses to go left cushion and rest on the pack of reds, it could go wrong easily. Looks like he has a red full ball as well, it's worth noting. See, just coming over just to have a look at what's on there. I think that's what he was looking for, actually. Just, yeah, the confirmation of it. Full ball red. I think C there was actually just saying to Peggy Lee that, you know, just to let you know that he can see a red full ball.
Foul. And a miss. Jiahui, 5.
Yeah, no miss will be taken. The black goes to right corner. This is a good chance for Jiahui on the back of a quality safety shot, getting the cover.
One.
Cue ball's got to travel. Well, it has for the green at least. So as long as he's not dead straight on it, he should be okay.
Four.
Yeah, he would be able to reach this with his hand with the mini butt, but for that blue. It's badly hampering a right-hander. It's tricky, isn't it? You know, you don't have any. The only contact you have on the bed of the cloth playing that is your fingertips. It's a bit unsteady.
Jiahui, 4.
Shaded area denoting the balls that Xiao Guodong can't see.
Yeah, the angle on the long off straight red clearly is good for attacking. Did a not dissimilar shot earlier. Oh, but not this time. What a difference that could make. A big chance for C.
Couldn't have got any closer to that.
1.
But having missed it, the opportunity that C was hoping for in this final frame to get out of what has been a challenging session, just 1 frame adrift.
Eight. Nine.
An absolute golden chance to win the frame in 1 visit. Still got to probably get one of the 5 reds together, get one of those in, or
16.
multiple reds in the open. But he doesn't have to deal with them just yet. Just
17.
take care of the 2 or 3 loose ones on offer.
$24. $25.
He should still be okay here, but I kind of would have liked to see him play high on that. He had a choice of pink or black. You see what I mean? Now he's gone just marginally out of position. The initial
32.
red was no problem to kill it dead and have put pink or black. This is to the far corner. You should get it, but it's not a certainty. There you go. It was just a bad decision. The last
Jiahui,
time playing low
32.
in the black, there was no reason for it unless you're going to go into the 5 together. Big mistake. That's just, again, the finer points of the game. You play on choice of pink or black. Actually, preferably pink. It's nothing to do to get on the next red.
Nothing to go at for Xiao, but I'm sure he's delighted to still be in this frame. 42 adrift.
Having a go at the pot here, cue ball through the gap. Yeah, I suppose it was worth a go. He was pretty convinced he'd find the gap, and a chance though for Xiao to promote these reds if he wants to.
He was concerned for a moment about the in-off, but no danger.
Yeah, I thought this was the shot he would have played last time. I know it's risky opening the 5 reds, but I think he's got to play this. You know, there is good cover in bulk. You just got to hope he doesn't push a red near the right corner. Yeah, it's a good shot. All right, it's a decent flick and after the bump on the middle pocket, but it was the correct shot. A typically tense final frame of a session in a big final with so much at stake for both of them, both looking for their first ranking title. C got in first and ran out of prime position, Mr. Red. It's a handy lead, but he's already lost a couple of frames from being in front in this session on the final black. He managed to win the 3rd consecutive frame that went to the black. And that's allowed him to be in a position where he can get out of this first session, only 1 behind, and his chances of doing that may have just been enhanced. These shots at pace along the baulk cushion somehow seem more difficult than down this end. Can he find one good pot? Oh, very clean. That's a gorgeous shot. Nicely on the blue. So, a more than decent chance after having messed up earlier.
6.
Yeah, we know he's got plenty of cue power. He's going to need it if he plays the red to centre. Probably playing the cue ball round the back of the black. Oh, that's a brilliant effort. All right, he's not above the blue, but
7.
certainly capable of getting in and out of baulk, no problem. Yeah, that's no man's land, I'm afraid. Played it all wrong.
12. Jiahui, 12.
So C marginally extends his advantage to 54. There are still 83 on the table. He's managed to muscle that one in, but because he didn't pot it cleanly, the cue ball has not come as far as he wanted it to for the black. And no other colour available. what an excellent shot when you consider he had to play that with the rest and the extensions. It gives him a chance to get right back in the frame. Superbly played.
8.
Yeah, not half, and it was brave as well, wasn't it? He knew full well that he had to get the pot or the frame was gone now. We got to look at those two reds on the left there. They're both on, so
9.
it's a pretty decent chance. Yes, there's a lot of pressure on it, but definitely prospects of the clearance.
$16. $17.
Yeah, now while he's got the chance, I do believe he's got to try and get on.
22.
Certainly the red in between, or the one directly below the black. I think he's got to attack that off this next colour.
$23.
Yeah, he's just gone the wrong side of straight, so he's still okay. You know, providing he gets nice and straight on the red in the open. Obviously the pink's waiting.
$30. $31.
Now then,
37.
he's got a bit of angle in this red. He'd love to play this and flick the other one out. And at the same time release the cue ball. I didn't quite get
38.
enough of it, but that'll do nicely. The other good thing is the red, it's just off the cushion. I like that, you know, there's a thing where people say they prefer it on the cushion. I like it just off it. So if he gets a nice angle on this, the pockets are playable as we know. Drop it in dead weight. That's perfect.
Concern growing, I'm sure,
45.
to see Jiahui, who was looking good in this frame. Had a really good chance and lost position, ended up missing. Got a further chance. And now
46.
this frame is out of his hands. He's already lost 2 on the final black in this first session, see Jiahui. Is he going to lose another tight one?
$53.
Yes, he wanted the cue ball to run, obviously, but this is fine. He can go 2 cushions, no problem. Spin it round the corner, and the colours, or the rest of them, will be at his mercy. Up to and including the pink for what might prove to be later on tonight. We don't know what's going to happen, but it might be the most important frame of this final, and there's been lots of them. What a clearance this would be. Good shot. Absolutely perfect.
55.
Again, there's some movement, I think. Absolutely key moments to this final frame of the first session. He needs up to the pink to be sure of a 6-3 lead.
$58.
I didn't want that. He's still absolutely fine, but you wanted more angle to pretty much guarantee being above the blue. Now if he's got to work the cue ball, he's not absolutely guaranteed, so he's still got to play this properly. It should be okay, but you want it to be as straightforward as you can.
$62.
So if this goes in, so you can only tie.
$67.
But he's surely not going to get the chance to do that. Another very tight frame in a session full of them. And it's Xiao Guodong who's poised to take it. There it is, nerves of steel. That was a classy, high-pressure break. And it could be a pivotal one in his bid for a first ranking title. Jiahui.
选手哈，谢谢。Frame 10, Jiahui to break.
Peggy Lee, the referee, just asking for a bit of hush. Here we go then, the last session of the Wuhan Open final. Jiahui 6-3 down to Xiao Guodong. After yesterday's electrifying display against Trump, C would have started favourite, but a couple of close frames, a couple of key misses made the difference in the first session. But Neil, this is where we sought the men from the boys. Big night for both.
It's going to be a terrific evening, isn't it? And I don't know what I think now about this scoreline, because 6-3 is a sizable lead, and the way that ninth frame was won by Xiao from 54-0 behind, the clearance, I always felt that C would win. I never, like you say, believed he could play to the heights he reached yesterday, because he was just stunning yesterday against Judd Trump. But that is a big lead, and that last frame, that does not necessarily make you think he's going to have enjoyed the not very long gap between sessions. He's going to attack Xiao Guodong, but he certainly showed controlled aggression yesterday, I think. Didn't go all out against Trump. Did a number on Judd. So I'm not ruling out a comeback, but to take 6 of the 9 frames for Xiao Guodong, you know, that has been a very good morning's work. I think it's intriguing.
Definitely, and in a way unlikely for Xiao. We remember his match with Karen Wilson earlier in the week when he looked certain to go 2-0 down. That was in the last 32, sorry, 3-0 down. And he needed a couple of snookers. Karen hit the black, all the rest of it.
It's kind of where it all began this week for Xiao Guodong, wasn't it? He seemed to take a lot of spirit, if you like, from that frame, and it kind of gave him the kickstart for the week he needed.
Yeah, and he played so well against, in particular, Sean Murphy, the 3 centuries in a row. And actually, in the end yesterday, he made a slow start to the semi with Long Jiahang, but then he did play well towards the end of that one. It's all about just getting back to it here. They've had a little break. If the pressure's going to come to bear, it's going to be in this session for both. Trophy there, waiting in the background.
Xiao Guodong has shown more mental fortitude this week than I could ever remember seeing him show before. He looks like he's been able to, in the match against Sean Murphy, knocked in a barrage of big breaks. But like you say, the semi-final yesterday had to kind of dig in, so he's shown his resolve. He did it again at times in the earlier session. I haven't really ever thought of him sort of very close to winning a rankings event for quite a while now, but this week I've seen him in a different light. Jiahui has got to deal with it. Might be a touching ball, which could suggest a re-rack's not going to happen. No, it's not touching. They might just set these up. Unless, of course, Guodong will be happy to just have a slowish beginning to the session and not allow Jiahui to just blast him off the table, which he's capable of.
Yeah, there was a frame this morning which looked like it might be re-racked, and Jiahui sort of kept glancing over at Xiao and got nothing back.
I mean, there is no obligation to take a re-rack. Occasionally, a referee might enforce one after a number of shots if things really get into a stalemate, but I can understand why players will be happy to just play out the frame to a natural conclusion rather than just restart, depending on who you're playing and the match circumstances.
It's going to be a great story either way for Xiao Guodong. He's been 17 years on tour. And of course, Jiahui, if he wins, you do feel it will be the start of something special. It won't be his last victory, put it that way.
Yes, a place in the Champion of Champions as well for whoever wins. That'll be something to look forward to next month in Bolton in the UK.
大家检查一下手机调成静音，不要影响球员。
I don't think you can blame that on that little bleeping sound of a message coming through. I mean, I think the greatest billiard player in the world would be very proud of that in off. Far from being a natural, but it might be better than Keeble staying in amongst the reds at the business end of the table. He's come in with a plan, Guodong, to not just make it simple for Jiahui. He's almost an old school way of playing. You know, he is scoring well, but he's not. He's just trying to take the sting out of the match, I think, which he's absolutely within his rights to do. Biggest match he's played for an awfully long time. Another immaculate safety shot from Guodong, and that's been a feature of his game this week. His defensive skills.
These longer matches we're so used to, of course, at the World Championship and in finals, you're sort of breaking it down into sessions, mini sessions. You're thinking already, Jiahui, 3 of the first 4. That brings him back to 7-6. But then again, at the English Open, you know, Neil Robertson was 7-1 up, and Wu Yize made that remarkable comeback, threatened to come all the way back before Robertson won 9-7. I think that's why Xiao will be nervous, but certainly aware that Jiahui is capable of that sort of snooker. We saw it last night, just getting in with great pots and reeling frames off.
smattering of applause, but he may have just left the red above the black here, and I don't think he's even got to use the rest on it as a right-handed player. So he has left one. The chances get eked out by some good safety from Guodong. I think we always look at the possibilities. As Dave said, if it was 3-1 to Jiahui, that would take it very close. But even this first frame, for Guodong to extend his lead would certainly take the wind out of Jiahui's sails going into tonight. I'm sure he was hoping for a great start.
So far he's kept cool, and he's made a couple of important clearances that have made the difference in the scoreline. I guess the question is, can he remain that way the closer he gets to actually winning the tournament? We're going to find out in due course.
6.
One of those players, he's had, you know, a lot of good wins over the years, but in big matches maybe hasn't always sort of turned up. He's felt the pressure at times. So if he were to come through, he'd be so satisfied to have passed that test. Never mind all the riches and spin-offs that come with it. Can't quite get in the top 16. He'd go 18th if he won, but that would be his highest ever ranking.
Well, there's always lists and questions asked about who's going to be the next first-time ranking event winner, and there's been a few different predictions over the years. We've all made them. But I haven't seen any list with Xiao Guodong as that player. I've got to be honest. He's high enough in the rankings to have been considered, but he's almost been the forgotten man in the last decade.
Yeah, and it was the same was true with the last first-time winner, which was Zhang Anda last year at the International Championship. You know, he wasn't really, until he got to the English Open final maybe, but certainly prior to that wasn't top of any lists.
13.
Played it well. The Reds have not gone everywhere, but enough have come into play for him to be happy with the outcome.
19.
Of course, he's a little older than some of the Chinese players, 35, so he was already playing when Ding broke through and started the boom. Won the Asian Under-21 Championship 2 years after that, 2007. And then that was the year he first got on the tour.
Well, now that's an interesting red to get on. I think he's
26.
Smack in the middle of the bunch that he must be on. And if he is on that red, then, I mean, position on his colour, it's not going to be easy. He can't be pleased with it, I don't think. Don't know what he did play on. But the Reds are going to go all over the place. I think that's a very good shot. What he didn't do is put a trace of left hand helping side on the ball, which meant the keeper would have checked. He actually hit it straight through the middle of the ball. And that's why he was up on the blue. It's a beautiful shot there. I think it was a slightly underrated shot he's just played.
Yeah, and he's given himself now every chance to kill off this first frame clinically.
32.
Jiahui obviously looking for the fast start. misses that. Wow. Did not see that
小
coming.
果冻 32.
As soon as he hit it, you knew he'd missed it though, but it was an absolutely glaring error from nowhere. Maybe he wasn't even thinking about the pot, and he was thinking of something further down the line. It's a terrible miss. It's a terrible miss, but it won't matter if this red doesn't go in, and then Guodong can pick up from where we left off.
Yeah, big shot this in this final frame that looked gone for Jiahui. Nope.
Well, Xiao Guodong will be very relieved, I think. He looked baffled in his chair. I just think he didn't consider the pot, didn't give it any thought. But he's got a chance to redeem himself straight away.
One. Four. Five.
Well, he either overhit it or he just didn't get into the
10.
cue ball and get the screw on. I mean, he's got almost acreage down the middle of the table to get on the red to the right corner. So he's feeling it, I would say. He's played two poor shots in this frame when, you know, he looked pretty confident. But he's made a couple of aberrations there. You feel like he has to win this frame now, or else it will really hurt him.
小果冻 10.
Yeah, I mean, I think the red he missed initially probably just wasn't concentrating, but the fact that he missed it has obviously knocked his confidence and maybe wasn't quite ready in that visit to pick up where he left off. So, dramatic start to the evening.
Well, he might be trying the two-cushion glance, not a simple shot by any means. Oh, it's a great shot, though. To get it first time, that's excellent. Often players will get that on the second or third attempt once they've kind of got themselves comfortable with the angle. I was going to say it's a half chance, but it's not even that really, it's less than that. You know, the red might pot, in which case he'd have a chance, but it's from underneath that cushion of really difficult thin contact. Couldn't be further away from it really. So another chance. This time he really has to put this frame away because he's a little nervous. Jiahui's not had anything easy yet in this opening frame, which he desperately needs to win.
One.
Third opening then for Xiao Guodong. Yeah, it's always interesting, these two-session matches. The fact there's been a gap between the sessions, you know, you've got to come back out, get used to the environment again, knowing full well that this is the biggest session of the week as well. And let's be honest, for Xiao, biggest session of his career. As I say, against Ding in 2013 at the International, he was 6-3 down coming out. Here he's needing 4 for victory. So nerves, I guess, are inevitable.
8.
May just be calmed if he can put this away now.
Nine.
Steve Davis famously said the key was to play like it means nothing when it means everything, but not everybody's Steve Davis. Not everybody's capable of doing that.
No, that's true, but I think in a roundabout way what he's saying is that sometimes the harder you try and the more you want something, the less likely you are to
16.
be free enough to play your game. So there's something to be said for it. Everybody wants to win,
17.
but some certain matches or tournaments, they mean extra, and it just adds a little bit of traffic to your mind and your thinking if you're not careful.
Oh, definitely, it's a balancing act, isn't it? You've got to care enough, otherwise you'll get sloppy. But if you care too much, you'll get anxious. So it's finding that space in between. And Xiao did that yesterday, actually, after the terrible start he made to the semi-final. He did find that ideal place to be, that groove. I think he's played really well in this tournament. Jiahui is more of a flair player, certainly, and he put on an exhibition last night against Judd Trump. But Xiao has been very solid all week. The scoring against Murphy was as good as you'll see. Just very tidy. And if he can remain that way for the next couple of hours, he's going to win.
30. $31.
So he looked like potentially he could have thrown the frame away when he
36.
missed that red to the green pocket. Broke down after that as well, lost position, but didn't leave anything easy. Jiahui took that thin cut on the red on from distance, didn't get it. And at the third time of asking, Xiao Guodong has won the opening frame of the night. And he's only 3 away now from becoming Wuhan Open champion. What a big night for him. He leads Jiahui in the final, 7-3.
Frame 11, Xiao Guodong to break. One.
He knocks those in on a very regular basis, and the crowd might just get behind Jiahui now. I want to see a close final, but he's been kept at arm's length all through this match so far, in the main, by Xiao Guodong. Doesn't like the angle on the black, it's a little straight to find a way onto a red. It's a good effort, but it's hard to generate the speed of a shot like that to actually spread the reds
8.
at all. If anything, they become more compacted. Touching, I think, something.
看都没贴，你要看一下吗？这一颗。
Basically, I don't think Peggy Lee can actually tell if it's
都没有贴。
touching that ball that's furthest away. It's a strange one, isn't it? Looks like he's touching everything, doesn't it, really? Maybe not the red to the right of the cube. But clearly nothing was touching. Anyway, after a good red, nothing much came of it. Again.
One.
Terrific shot. And maybe the Jiahui shot was not a very good one, but even then, there was no way it was a good thing to pop that long red into the green pocket.
Eight. Nine.
Always worry the keeper will end up on the side cushion on that shot. Very straight, so I think if he's going to get onto red, he's going to have to use some force. Don't think he likes this shot particularly. Just screwing off the cushion for a red up the table. It's perfect on his red.
Twice reached the final of the shootout, which does suggest a certain coolness. Obviously, it's a very different form of the game, but you need quick thinking and you need to be able to sort of not panic.
手机放下。
Yeah, it wasn't a simple shot. He sort of slowed down a little bit there. He had a series of not very easy shots and he wasn't particularly fluent. It was an early in for the frame. Is there a red that goes to middle? It must be mighty close. It's the red directly below the pink. I think two factors here. I think it will pot, but it's a question of whether it can get through to the potting angle. It must be close, this. He seems unsure. He's had no table time to speak of tonight. He's desperately keen to make something happen.
One.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a lot closer. He could have been in front coming back. There were a couple of
8.
key misses. There was a pink and a red in the first session. There was the last frame where he was 54 in front. And Xiao cleared up with 73. But anyway, that's all in the past. He's in now. And he knows that time's running out to make an impact on this final. Of course, it's his second ranking final. Judd Trump beat him in the German Masters last season.
9.
He's already been having a good season. Let's not forget he beat RonnieO'Sullivan in the Saudi Arabia Masters. Got to the semis there. Big money tournament. And if he were to win the final, he'd become the new Chinese #1. He'd go above Ding into 9th place in the rankings.
$15.
Well, that is crunch time. That's pink with the top spin. Now there's no reason why he shouldn't go on
22.
and make a lot more here. The thing about him is,
23.
you know, he's capable of reeling off frames quickly, as Judd Trump found out yesterday. And all of a sudden he can wipe away a deficit in the space of maybe 40 minutes playing time. He is that kind of a player. Pretty devastating when it all comes
30.
together.
$31.
Yeah, he's a very enjoyable player to watch, isn't he? We saw that, of course, at the Crucible 18 months ago when he came so close to the final of the World Championship. And it must have been tough to take, obviously losing from 14-5 up, but even just coming into last season, the scars didn't really seem to be there. Maybe that's his
38.
age. Doesn't strike me as someone who's spent too long really dwelling on it. Maybe he just feels he's got a lot more chances, which of course he does.
$39. $44. $45.
Played that well, just to stun through the ball and end up perfectly on the blue. Timing shot that doesn't always go to plan. Can finish the wrong side of the blue, not the case there. At the point where just a couple more reds is what he requires.
50. $51.
Still feel there could be an awful lot of snooker to be played in this match.
So let's just checking the scores. This red,
58.
and it should be 7-4. And this surely, if it's going to
59.
turn round, is how it's going to happen. It's going to be one visit stuff from C. He's been kept out at times during the final, so when he gets in, he's got to do the damage, and he has done in this frame. Whoever wins
66.
tonight, they'll be the 7th Chinese player to triumph in a world ranking event.
'67.
And you do feel if it is Jiahui because of his age, just 22, then it could be the start of a long and glorious career. Remember the likes of Judd Trump in China breaking through, winning at 21. Of course, Ding at 18. We saw RonnieO'Sullivan at 17 win the UK Championship.
74.
I mean, he could have been the youngest world
75.
champion, couldn't he, last year? Never know what would have happened against Mark Selby, of course, in the final. Anyway, that's all gone. Right now, he's looking ahead to the rest of tonight, and he's got on the scoreboard in this session.
82. '84.
Yes, and the opening red that he knocked in looked really tight as to whether it went. And you know, you wouldn't have been surprised how close he was looking at it had he hit a ball on the way through to the red, to the right middle. But
87.
within 2 or 3 shots, it opened up everything. And this is the problem that Xiao
91.
Guodong knew he had, is that he's so dangerous. You don't want to give him anything because, you know, he can completely overwhelm an opponent.
96.
Very timely century, this, assuming the pink goes in. Exactly what he was looking for. Jiahui
102.
with his 8th century of the tournament.
109.
Beautiful break as well. A clearance of 109 from Jiahui. Listen to the applause. They want to see a close final. Back to just 3 in it. Xiao Guodong now leads 7-4. So Jiahui with that century, his 8th of the tournament. It's close to 7-4. Just making sure he's covered it, and the hand that he's raised tells you he has. I'd be very relieved, because, you know, we've seen before now, that could have been end of frame. Of course, we're going to be denied, Neil, one of the great traditions of these Chinese finals. Mike Ganley will not be collecting the high break prize, the tournament director, because Jiahui's made the maximum. Even if Xiao made one, they're both there.
We'd hope that if Jiahui lost, he'd be around in those 5 minutes afterwards in the presentation and would just leave the arena, yeah. But most of the time the high break is made by somebody that's basically gone home. Terrific break, wasn't it, the 147? I mean, they always are, but quite an exhilarating 147 break.
Yeah, I always think with maximums, they are, you know, increasingly common, but to be so many people here in Wuhan who've never seen one before, obviously, and for them, what an occasion, what a great spectacle.
Well, they always seem to come around when you're never particularly expecting one. I mean, obviously we had the Golden Ball event in Saudi where there was a ball put on the table at the end of a 147. I think John Higgins got down to the yellow, but kind of when you were thinking about a 147, it doesn't happen, but they come along usually fairly unexpectedly because they're so rare. Yes, there's been over 200, but there's been a lot of frames played, hasn't there, in the last 45 years or so. Don't know how many. I'm sure someone's got a count on them all, but if you do, let me know. Early error. Don't know whether it would be advisable to pot this and play on the pink rather than the black, because I think the black spot might be available, but tying the black up in the process. Some of the long pots more difficult than that, I might add, but the Jiahui pots, he might as well just give him to him. That World Championship semi-final, which he eventually lost. In the first couple of sessions, it was just unbelievable the pots he was taking on and getting every time.
Just the way he strikes the ball, he always seems to play as if he
7.
expects to pop the ball. You know, he's that good. Of course, he doesn't always.
Eight.
He's not achieved a great deal with that last pot. Getting from colour to red is not simple here. Yeah, not great. Don't think anything in the bunch is available, even if he was sitting on a plant of some kind. The other red's covering them anyway, so he's not finished in a great spot.
Jiahui, 13.
Well, I mean, he can pot that left-hand red, but it's mighty difficult. The cube will be careering towards the others in the middle of the table. But what else can he do? I think he is forced into going for it, or he feels he's forced into it. Well, he has left a red on, although it might have been a simpler one than this. Feels like this is a very big shot coming up for Xiao Guodong. He just sat out a century. He's looked confident tonight, but just not, maybe thinking about what's ahead a couple of times. This goes in, he's in first again, crucially. Very cool. This is a good chance. I know the Reds close together in the middle of the table, but they're all sort of scattered a little bit in that area.
Eight. 9.
Yeah, I think Dave mentioned the thought of a 3-1 mid-session interval lead on the evening for Jiahui. But anything else that's closer than that would be way in Xiao Guodong's favour. So if you get the second frame of the evening on the board already by scoring here, he can't be pegged back before they go for the mid-session. He could be even further in front. So these little battles within battles is a wonderful chance. And he's not rushing. Got hold of that. It's actually worked out well. He played it with screw and right hand reverse side.
14.
He seemed to fly off that right cushion down the table. I don't know if he played on this red. I think he might have played on the red above the black. A bit nervy, isn't it? I understand completely why, but this chance is the kind he's been absolutely devouring all week, especially in that match with Sean Murphy.
$22. 23.
Well, you couldn't really ask for a better chance to press on to 8-4. I think he's played an interesting frame here. He played a very aggressive safety to open the reds in the first place. Almost sort of saying, I'm going to try and force an error out of C, which he did ultimately. And then, of course, he's got the reds open to pick up the pieces.
Exactly, but you know, the other side of the coin, I suppose, is you're frightened to leave C any sort of long pots. The one he did leave him was more than just a little bit difficult. And this is the upshot. The opening red to the middle was quite coolly played.
I just think it's encouraging, though, that he took that risk, you know, rather than absolutely going into his shell. It suggests he is still thinking well.
$31.
Not rushing, but that's not really his style. He plays at a nice pace. Very sort of immaculate in the way he goes about things.
$38. $39.
And the Reds are really at his mercy here, and he has been quite controlled during this break. But nothing but
44.
to get the frame one at this visit will be any good to him. He won't want to make any sort of a mistake and bring Jiahui back into the frame.
$45.
Handy that the red is up the table here because he probably couldn't get top side of the blue off that shot. Certainly something we kind of learnt at snooker from a very young age is that you get it drummed into you that while you're at the table, you're in
50.
charge, and there's very little whoever it is sitting in that chair can do about it. So you have to make the most of these chances.
$51.
big crowd as you would expect for the night session.
A slightly nervy shot there. It's okay.
56.
Interesting that he chose to play that cannon, but I'm not sure every player on the tour would have gone into the pink there. So a little sigh. Cue ball now heading away from the action in potting this red. Goodness me, that was tight. There's the fine margins. If he leaves the red over the pocket and Jiahui clears, then you might have seen a massive overhaul. But it just fell in.
Yeah, he's just taken just a small moment to regain his composure after that near miss. Truth is, whoever you are, most tournaments you play in will be won by somebody else. This is the 192nd ranking event Xiao Guodong has played in. Every single one so far has been won by someone else. But this is his moment tonight. This is his chance tonight. If he can stay cool. 8-4's a great lead.
$61.
Just drifted a little bit too far. I mean, he's likely to pot this blue, but I think naturally he's going to maybe cannon into the red and the pink, or he might not have total control over anything that follows the blue going in. Well, he doesn't want that one back because he did hit the red by the pink, but crucially in went the blue, and position on another red is there.
66.
So if this goes in, he has won the frame from the visit, albeit just with a little bit slight anxiety, I would add. Not much, but just a bit. You can feel it,
67.
and he wouldn't be a human being if he wasn't feeling it.
Jiahui took on that long red, not easy by any means. And yeah, Xiao Guodong has sort of made it across the high wire here. In this frame, he needs 2 more. He'll be champion. A moment I'm sure he's dreamt
74.
of many, many times.
$75.
So we saw Jiahui's century. Xiao Guodong himself has made 7 in the tournament. Of course, 3 in a row against Sean Murphy.
He's a player with a nice touch, Guodong, a nice stun game.
80.
I mean, he really does have quite close control of the cue ball. Something of a touch player.
81.
Timing can be absolutely exceptional at times, and we've seen a lot of that this week.
$86. 88. 91.
So, brown and blue, it'll be the 4th century of the final, 2 each.
95.
Just holding his opponent off here. And for supporters of Xiao Guodong, very encouraging that
100.
when the chance came, he took it out in one visit. He's playing like the champion. And if he wins 2 more frames, he will be the champion.
106.
Yeah, terrific stuff from Xiao Guodong, a clearance of 113.
Xiao Guodong, frame.
And we're back to 4 in it, with Xiao needing just 2 for victory. It's 8-4 here in Wuhan.
进了，谢谢。Frame 13, Xiao Guodong to break.
So it's 8-4 to Xiao Guodong in the final of Snooker's Wuhan Open. They're playing the women's Wuhan Open tennis, actually, at this very moment. And, of course, the difference in that sport is you can hit the ball, or try to, back over the net. But when C missed that long red, that tough one in the last frame, he just had to sit it out. He didn't get another shot, couldn't make any more impact on proceedings.
Well, that was a little bit of a frustrated shot, as if maybe his spirit's slightly broken by that last frame. A little bit, I was going to say reckless, but it was not very well controlled. It was a good pot, and also did well not to see the cube would just stray past the baulk line there. This is the best I've seen Xiao Guodong play for a long time, you know. I mean, he's not had a bad season by any means, of course. He did pretty well in Saudi Arabia, getting to the quarterfinals, losing to Sean Murphy. You know, he absolutely got his own back this week with all those big breaks against him, but he's been around a while. I haven't seen him play with this kind of determination and skill for an age, it seems to me.
4.
Not bad, but getting to his next colour after this red, I think that's why you saw his reaction was a little nonplussed, really. Can he get onto a colour? Pink's tied up. Black, you can see it's not really in play, but even then, is there a route out of there onto something else?
Eleven. 16.
You got to say, he's making a dash for it. He's not sort of gone into a shell at all last couple of frames. He's been trying to get in and kill it off. He did, of course, in the last one. It'd be so much simpler, though, if the black was on its spot here.
Done quite well, you know, because playing that shot, the cue ball,
17.
hit him down on it with pace, you know, it kind of half leaves the bed of the table and you lose all your control over it. The last break he made looked quite tough. This one might be even tougher. Same story, really getting onto his colour from here, not simple.
19. $20.
I thought he played the red quite well, swinging it round away from the bunch. At the moment, the cue ball seems to be sort of almost drawn to either a cushion or over the top of a ball on every shot. And didn't play the pot there, that's the extent of it.
Guodong, 20.
But he is doing everything to become Jiahui, and quite honestly, over the day, he's done a really good job of it.
Yeah, invariably, see, he's really had to force his way in, and of course, the couple of times where he's broken down unexpectedly when he's been in have made a difference. Certainly 2 frames this morning he could have won, you know, so then it could easily have been 6-all.
Yeah, I mean, very often in one of these long matches, a best of 19, a 2-session match, you know, you count back all the frames, and it is more about the frames that you pinch or you throw away. That's often the deciding factor in them. And as you say, that kind of been the case today. It could have been closer than the scoreline.
This is it for all the sort of the Hollywood shots he can play. It's been a couple of sitters, really, that he's missed. A pink and a red this morning. If you're watching, you'll know the shots I was talking about.
He's in a bit of trouble here, isn't he, quite honestly? But again, he's got a pot that he can go to for the red to the left corner. And he's not sure whether if he played it, he would miss the red behind the black spot. It looks like it might hit that one. None of that really matters as much if the pot goes in, but it's so difficult. You need an escape route on it. Well, the all-round game of Xiao Guodong is doing for Jiahui. He didn't take on that red. He was worried about the pot. He tried to play safe. That failed as well. He's not winning many battles. On that shot a long time. He stayed over it, cued it for seemed like an age. Still a few nerves around, understandably, completely understandably. but for different reasons. Both players are under it here. Brilliant. To get that cue ball back across with right-hand side and down towards the black and the bolt colours is some doing. The problem is the black, of course, respots, and the red below it probably is covered.
8.
Unless there is just a way through to it, but even then, the two reds below the red he's looking at would come into play as well. He might be able to pop this, in fact. Quite a deceptive angle, that other one we saw.
Nine.
Not too bad.
Sixteen.
Yes, it didn't seem like he was on that red, but he clearly
16.
was, as we saw from a different angle. And then, either way, it was never going to be an easy pot. But he's not left a simple starter for Guodong either. Feels like a very big shot if this goes in. What a chance it will create.
One.
So this is an instance where if you could get a 40 break from here, 45 or something, it would be absolute gold dust.
Three. Four. Nine. Ten.
Well, because we can't know how he's feeling inside, but outwardly tonight He's potted the crunch balls, hasn't he? That initial red, another one. Whereas Jiahui, the odd chance has gone begging, such as the red he took onto the yellow pocket.
And again, that's fine. Might have played the pink there rather than the two reds, but either way,
17.
he's got a real sense of urgency now that that's gone properly, because he's got a lot of reds in open play.
He's one of those players, you know, we've all known how good he is. Just whether he could step up and win a trophy. Well, he's getting closer and closer. He's a little hampered.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no doubt he's a very good player, but he's certainly been overlooked, I would say, a lot of people, because he hasn't always looked as if he could take the next step. You know, he's done well in events and occasionally just bowed out a little tamely on the last few days of the event. But he looks to have a different sort of mindset here. It's the hardest I've ever seen him really try, you know, really put in that extra effort, almost like he's thinking a little differently to what he might have been before. More determination, perhaps. But either way, it's all coming together, isn't it, this week?
Yeah, and I still maintain for all the great shots he's played, in many ways the key one of the whole week was Corin Wilson hitting that black.
28.
Because Xiao was really struggling early on in that match, but that was the start of it all.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't see it, he needed 6 penalty points on the colours. Corin directly hit the black on the way through to playing out of a snooker. It was a surprising mistake. And it was a huge game changer.
29.
33 in front, so he needs 2 more pots here for 9-4 in a race to 10. This is the start Jiahui was looking for. C has had a century, of course, in this session. But this frame's been a tale of 2 reds. C was already in. He was trying to keep the break going. Missed to the yellow pocket. Xiao stepped in, potted a great red to the green pocket.
35.
Now he needs this much easier one, and he's going to be 1 from the title.
36. No matter who you are, it's a long way back from here. As Neil said, 42.
it has happened. We saw Neil Robertson do it to the great John Higgins at the Tour Championship, but it doesn't happen every week, this sort of recovery. It's once in a blue moon stuff in finals.
43.
Yes, of course, they will have their short break now, the mid-session interval. And I think if you're Guodong, you might expect him to come out and
50.
get some frames won, a little bit like we saw with Wu Yizi doing the same against Neil Robertson, the English,
52.
from a long way back. So you've got to be prepared that might happen and not get too dismayed. It's a good lead now. He's winning all the important battles.
55.
Well, he certainly has not scrapped his way to 9-4. He's been very fluent,
59.
actually, tonight. Made the century in the previous frame, another frame-winning break here. Biggest night of his
64.
snooker life. And what a position to be in, going to the interval. Just 1 away from becoming a ranking event winner. Remember, he's been on tour 17 years.
70.
The crowd love that one, and Xiao Guodong is loving this. It was Jiahui who needed to make a quick start to the night, but it's Xiao Guodong who's won 3 of the first 4.
不要影响选手，谢谢。Frame
So the task for Xiao has got much tougher. He's got to win 6 on the spin here. He's 9-4 down. Xiao Guodong in control of the Wuhan Open final. 1 frame away from landing a maiden world ranking crown. I think C will get plenty of support from this crowd. They'd like to see some sort of comeback.
Yeah, I was saying he might have to be prepared to see Jiahui take a swing at a few, and with the pressure off his shoulders, he could reel off frames. Things could still happen in this final, but it is such a big lead that it's hard to envisage anything but a Xiao Guodong victory. I suppose the only thing to say is it would be his first ever. This might be the only semblance of hope for anybody, although C, of course, he's yet to win anything either. Kind of the beauty of this final, but he would not have started the match favoured after yesterday's displays. C surely would have been well fancied to lift his first title this weekend. Still on the learning curve, but he's done some big things, Jiahui, at the game.
Yeah, win or lose today, and it's starting to look like the latter. I can't wait to see him at the Masters. I think that Ali Pali crowd in January are going to really take to see. He's a natural sort of crowd favourite. Draw for that will be made at the UK Championship. Of course, they'll both be in the Northern Ireland Open before that. That's coming up in a week's time, just over. We'll have that all 8 days from a week tomorrow live here across Eurosport and Discovery Plus, the next leg of the Home Nations.
Played it well. He's going to have to just attack, isn't he? If a chance comes to attack, that's probably the only way that Jiahui could go. He's not winning the battles of safety and tactics. But you can only pot the balls that are there to pot. Often, good safety players just giving you so little. I think the overall standard of safety is so high now. I mean, you're seeing Safety exchange here where very little is being offered. With the slight concern, you could push a red close to a pocket playing thin safeties. And in this case, in the pocket.
Yes, I mean, it might not lead to much, but it could have been over the pocket and given the opportunity to lay the snooker. So the bits of running need to be going C's way if there's going to be a recovery. He needs everything to go his way right now.
Yeah, this is very much more of the same, isn't it, since the mid-session? Although that was lucky, the way that he got the fluke and then played the snooker. He looks sort of very disconsolate, doesn't he? Looks as if, you know, he's, I wouldn't say a beaten player because you never really know the truth, but yeah, certainly not in the same bounce about him now as he had yesterday with Sensational. Difference a day makes, eh? Sport's not as simple as just playing brilliantly all the time, is it? Whatever your sport. I mean, in snooker, clearly there's an opponent there to make things difficult for you, and there's no doubt that Guodong has. There's not gone to plan either.
Guodong 4.
I think he would like to think he would come along and look at that red down the cushion here, because if he's on it, I think he could roll it in and he could get this match won. They've been going in down the cushion. Deciding, I think, to have the balls replaced.
Foul and miss. Guodong 4.
Gradually getting there, isn't he? That was closer than the previous effort.
Peggy Lee in charge. The Chinese officials have done a great job all week. It's not just about the match, is it? It's sometimes about sort of crowd control as well.
Foul and miss. Guodong 4.
Again, he looks at that red. I'm not certain he was on it any of those times down the cushion. He may have thought, even had he been on it, that it was just too much to go for it. But I think, yeah, I fancied him to get it if he was on it. In the end, I guess Jiahui will hit the red he's aiming for, but he could still leave something. Oh, this is not hard enough. He knows that straight away. He's up on the shot very quickly. Too many points he's giving away here.
Foul and miss. Guodong 4.
I know they don't really mean a lot, but he's 16 points now. He's had 4 goes at this. This looks better than all the previous efforts. Quite a lot of leaping about on the shot as if he knows straight away he's not hit it right. Now Guodong will have to go on the attack here. This goes in, it's a magnificent chance to get that tournament won.
Yes, he's kept Jiahui at bay well. Now can he knock this in and get going in the frame he needs to win the title?
Well, he's done this a couple of times. He was down on that for an age. He was looking at it for too long. And he's not done much wrong, but you could just sense that he would miss that because he was over the shot without playing it for a long time there. But isn't that the story? When something like that has happened to Xiao Guodong, he's not been punished, immediately back at the table with an even better chance.
Yeah, see, just looks a bit deflated. He's handed, as you say, a much better chance for Xiao,
1.
who can forget about his own miss now and concentrate on this visit. A long road it's been, 17 years on tour. He's had some high points, he's had some disappointments as well. Often in big matches he's sort of wilted, but not in this one.
That is not one of his best.
6.
I don't know if he's got centre ball striking on that cue ball in the red to left corner. If he's got a cue over the ball, it isn't a very nice shot to be having to play. I think he would feel that, you know, while you can strike with the irons hot, get this match won now. Don't allow any frames to be won and see Jiahui to start knocking everything in like we know he can.
Seven.
He's definitely looking a little nervous, I think. Definitely looking a little nervous. That was a good chance, and he's made nothing of it.
Guodong, 7.
Well, to make just 7 from the starter he was left, he'd be very disappointed. Now can Jiahui get in, finally?
Good pot from cue ball again. He's getting into a fairly safe area, but he will be certainly playing the green to left middle now. You feel there could still be something in this match for Jiahui, you know, he burst clear and get frames won. That could still take place. I'm not saying he'll win. It'll be a tall order.
Five. Twelve. Thirteen. 20. $21.
Don't think he meant to hit the two reds. The cue ball was meant to be in behind the blue, but it's not bad still.
$24. $25.
Not the cleanest. But we saw, as we mentioned, Wu Yize, of course, a few weeks back at the English Open. I mean, the way he was winning those frames against Neil Robertson, from what looked like mission impossible at one stage, it was very much in the balance whether he would actually complete the comeback.
32.
It's not just winning frames, it's how you win them. And I think C will definitely get the crowd on his side if he can start to make this closer.
$33. $39.
Well, he could get this frame one without the assistance of the two reds below the black. If he took high value colours on the remaining
40.
reds.
$46. $47.
Just checking the score. I think he now getting to that point where he's considering that. There'll be 29 points in it when this is potted. So red, black with the other two. Be 45 when the two reds that are locked underneath the black are in play. So it would help to think he wouldn't need one of those to win the frame.
$53. $54. $60.
Nice shot. He judged the pace perfectly there. Need the black with this red.
61.
It's been a nice fluent break. I wouldn't expect anything else from Jiahui, quite honestly.
Applause for frame ball. He's on the next red as well.
68.
Xiao had that early chance. He went wrong pretty quickly. All C could
69.
try and do is put pressure on, and you do that by potting balls, by winning frames. That man still one away from a maiden ranking title. And it's that very fact, the fact that it would be his first after all these years, that he's maybe going to just
76.
introduce a bit of anxiety into proceedings. So,
Jiahui, 76.
misses the red, but 76 is a frame-winning break from Jiahui, who keeps the final alive. Here at the Wuhan Open, Xiao Guodong still one away from victory. It's now 9-5.
Frame 15. Xiao Guodong to break.
Well, Xiao Guodong did have a chance in that last frame, but in the end, C won it with a 76.
Foul and a miss.
Yeah, just hitting
Xiao
the pink
Guodong,
on the way
6.
through. Well spotted. Peggy Lee just grazed it. That's a funny old shot to play. Because he was nowhere near, the first time he hit the pink. Next time he's missed the main bulk of the bunch and hit the bottom one. So, bad red to leave, quite honestly, from a shot that was fairly innocuous, he wasn't in a huge amount of trouble.
Well, you can hear the crowd getting behind C. Not punished for that overcompensation. And the last shot, left to red, it wasn't potted.
1.
Yes, you've got to get the bunch open here.
Seven.
And he's very capable of just getting these reds wide open. It's not bad. Bottom red is on. Red to middle, if you didn't fancy it, is there as well.
14. $15.
It's a half-decent chance, and if he's going to make a comeback, he's going to have to win these frames, or some of them, fairly rapidly, I think. Really put the pressure back on.
23.
We know what he's capable of, but I guess the other thing to say is I'm sure Xiao Guodong is absolutely informed. They've seen him play so much. He knows what he's capable of as well.
30.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying the two previous meetings have been won by C. The last of them was a 4-0 at the Welsh Open. Obviously, it was some sort of back table stuff.
31.
Nothing like this in terms of atmosphere.
38. 39.
Well, this is natural as well to get the reds open if he hits. Just wants to miss the red that's separated from the bunch here. And he decided that the top red is the one he wants to play on.
44. 45.
But he'll be going into them before too long, because this is an even bigger target now, in fact. Yeah, I think that's fine. The red is closest to, and the one by the
50.
black. Good red to
51.
be on, that is. Goodness, this is just the kind of frame he needs. I know you've got to win them any way you can, clearly, but it just, with regards to any sort of a comeback, as I say, some quick frames. Get a bit of a rush on, and I mean, anything like we saw yesterday, if he can start playing like he did yesterday, he could still
58.
win.
59. 64. 65.
'Well, for a comeback to materialise, two things need to happen. The player in front needs to start missing, and the player behind needs to step up and not miss. And in this frame, that's exactly what's happened. Xiao Guodong had the initial chance, he missed. Jiahui has not. So he's won the last two. And he's won them in fine style. 76 in the last, and whatever this ends up as.
80.
It's one of those, isn't it? You know, at the start of the day, you take 9-6 at this stage, but when it's been 9-4,
81.
and your opponent is starting to play well, a few nerves will descend for sure.
Yeah, and also you'd probably take 9-6 at 6-3 up, wouldn't you? Because that would be level on the evening's play.
88.
But as you point out, you know, it's not quite like that when
89.
you've seen how the frames have unfolded.
$96. 97.
Well, he wants to make the century. He wants to make the total clearance, actually, but the main thing, knock this in for his 9th century of the tournament. He's now made as many centuries
104.
this season as he did the whole of last, 16. And he's not done yet.
105.
This is what he needs to do, isn't it? Pot everything.
Beautiful pot, wasn't it, there? Just the way he knocked it in. So, yep, this is... it's very late in the day, if so to speak, in this final, but while your opponent
111.
hasn't reached their destined target yet, then
113.
who knows? I keep thinking about the match with Neil Robertson and Wu Yiza, where the comeback was extraordinary in the evening, and he didn't win Wu Yiza, but for a while people thought that he was going to win it, and he was in a... Well, he was 7-1 down after the afternoon session. First to 9.
So often seems to be when a player is miles behind, they just loosen up and go for it. And that's what Jiahui's doing here.
And the person in front can tighten up a little. Yeah, the combination of the two. Certainly the pressure can come off of certain players' shoulders, you know, under these circumstances.
Well, Xiao is still going to be favourite, but it's the way C's now striking the ball. This is kind of what we saw last night against Judd Trump. So 131 from Jiahui. Brilliant break again. His 9th century of the tournament, and the final continues. He's won the last 2. Xiao's lead is cut to 9-6. Frame 16 of a possible 19. There's been a re-rack, so we go again. It's 9-6 to Xiao Guodong. He led 9-4. He needs one more. Jiahui's had breaks of 76 and 131 in the last 2.
What if the luck's turning as well? You know, the run of the ball might be going in favour of Jiahui, and that would be another factor if he's likely to come back into this match. He would need that to happen, as well as a lot of good play. At the moment, Guodong just seems hell-bent on rolling into the bunch, even when he's snookered or not snookered. Got into his shell a little bit, but he's not done much wrong, but he's definitely saying, well, I'm not going to take any undue risks at all. Now, has he covered that or not? That's a crucial moment, this. Has he covered it? I think yes is the answer. Now, if he could have got to that, he could have run it around 2 cushions on the black. So the run might just be turning in favour of C. If he plays it, it will be with left-hand side to take it round the blue. And that's not an easy shot to play, quite honestly. But he can't leave it there, that's the other thing. You know, whenever he does play, he's going to take the other red on. And nowhere near now. So, there's a bit of a change in this match. We don't want to preempt anything because his lead at 9-4 was a huge lead. But there's definitely a slight change.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't look confident, frankly. Like you were saying, he was just rolling into balls before and gone very much into his shell. And part of that, of course, is how well Jiahui's played last 2 frames.
I always think in this situation, and it became evident in that World Final that Luca Brazil beat Mark Selby. It's not how you're playing, but you can get a little buzz when your opponent makes a mistake. So for Xiao Guodong, he might take something from an error from C if he gets in that will just reinvigorate him. At the moment, he's looking pretty good, though.
Yeah, this is why so much of the challenge of snooker actually comes from sitting in the chair and not allowing too many negative thoughts to cloud your mind, because you're only human, thinking somewhere, hopefully in the very back of his mind, I'll never forgive myself if I don't win, having had such a good chance, having played so well. Got to be watchful though, because the chance could come at any moment.
Six.
No, that's not bad. If he's fairly straight on the blue, he can play on the red to the left corner, and he might even run through on the black, which goes from that side very easily.
Eleven.
Yeah, you can see his thought process.
12. Nineteen.
As you could see, that was very close as to whether he was on that ball. But the angle he had on the red was one to move the red away that was to the right of the black, so it was perfect in his own right. Didn't like it though, he's shaking his head.
Twenty-seven. 28.
That'll do nicely, that's fine. That is fine, you can get through to cue it as well, I think, over the top of a ball. Yeah.
36.
Well, he's finished in between a number of shots. In fact, he's got the red up the table, but that might be all he does have into the yellow pocket.
Missed one to this pocket earlier in the session, which cost him the frame. That one's in. Well, things are getting interesting because Xiao Guodong is just basically now watching on.
I was just about to say to you, David, the comeback is on for me now. I hadn't thought it. I thought maybe
49.
that a frame or two here or there. He hasn't won this one yet, of course, and he's not perfectly on the next ball. Just got to be watchful of this shot. But I actually think he's on. I'm starting to believe this.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao doesn't look confident. You know, he was rolling into the pack, and he did take a red on in this frame, but he was kind of forced into it. Didn't get it. Put it this way, if John Higgins, who's obviously an all-time great, if he can lose a final from 9-4 up, anybody can.
57. 58. 65. 66.
So frame ball. It's not just that he's won 3 on the spin, he's won them without anything from his opponent. Xiao Guodong seems going 9-4. Of course, there was an interval at that point. He's really just been watching on.
72.
Well, he's gone into his shell. That's what he has done. And there's not a good time to be doing it because he didn't get 9-4 up by doing that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's whether he can sort of shift himself back onto the front foot. Because that is where Jiahui is.
Pity that he's overscrewed to the point where both reds are now covered
77.
to the right corner. The one in the middle looks at a very acute angle. I don't think it, at this stage, matters. Save your energy for the next frame. Cover the black now. It's fine though, he's won the frame. He's already got the 147 in the locker from yesterday. He does pot an incredible ball. I mean, he really is
83.
quite something.
Yeah, suddenly he's enjoying himself.
76,
76-131, 83. The breaks in the last 3 frames from Jiahui. The comeback's on. It's 9-7.
Frame 17. Xiao Guodong to break.
The previous frame started exactly like this with the same escape. It was actually the last frame that Guodong broke off in. And he hit the pink first time and then hit a low red and left a red, which was immediately missed. This time it's a different outcome, but I say Guodong is going to have to be a little bit, I don't know, he's going to have to almost attack himself now to just start to have a go at a few, because I don't think this match is going to be presented to him on a plate by the way that C has started to play now. I think he's playing better than that. I mean, it goes 9-8, then we really are at the point where you could almost argue that he could even be favourite to win. Jiahui, because all the breathing space, the cushion's all gone. That was a weak shot, though. Now, I'll be interested to see how Xiao Guodong attacks this. Is he going to become more adventurous, come out of his shell a bit? Because he's been quiet for a while now, since that mid-session interval.
Woman in the front row almost praying here as he takes this on. Obviously a Xiao Guodong fan. Took a long time over it, didn't he? And again, didn't find its target.
Yeah, he's taking too long on the actual shot. I don't mean even the prep for a shot, because I understand the pressure is great, but if you spend too much time queuing up the shot, then I don't think that's any help to anybody. He's not come out of it too badly.
Yeah, I mean, the log red, obviously, it was missable, and he did miss it, but, of course, prior to that, he had the chance at closer range in the previous frame. So, I suppose the question is, if he gets a really easy starter, how does he feel then? That's kind of what he needs at the moment. If he can get his hand on the table, just start potting a few again, he might start to feel better.
Yeah, he's playing a few not so ambitious shots now in safety. He's just trying to keep C out again. We're back to that again. I understand. But what it will come down to is what kind of positivity he can take into his next chance when it comes. Because he will get a chance from here. He's 9-7 up. He's not going to go 3 frames without a chance to get the match won. But then when he does get it, he's going to have to be positive again. Otherwise, the worst case scenario is he'll chuck away a huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, the next, however much longer we're going to be playing, will determine whether it's the best day of his snooker life or the worst. How about this for a shot? My word.
Well, it's an absolutely brilliant shot, but again, what does it say about Xiao's last shot? He played a nothing shot and left a ball on.
Eight. Nine. $14. 15.
Well, he's got another one of those close-up reds to the left middle. He potted an even better one to the right middle, but again, it doesn't make it an easy shot, whichever one of the two he decides to play. But to say, not one of these in, it was a delight, really, at the start of this break. As you can see how difficult they are. Making them look easy. That was a good shot too, that positional shot. Didn't look much, but it's maintained all the control he has.
30.
Asking for the cue ball to be cleaned by Peggy Lee. So he's not going to rush too much, you know, he's in the supremacy of the session, you know, now all of a sudden things are really happening for him.
$31.
And if he can win this frame in one visit, then there's no way Xiao can take anything from it. He's not, no rhythm, no confidence. It all seems to have drained away.
Yeah, it's like he sort of doesn't want to do anything right now when he's at the table. And he's going to have to win it.
But also that sort of mentality can sort of transfer onto your opponent, can bring them confidence. At the moment, see, he's feeling that he's nothing to fear from Xiao Guodong, whereas earlier on he was keeping him away from the table for long periods.
Yeah, he's found a real purple patch. He's been helped into that position.
$39.
Well now, is he able to keep this break going?
46.
I think the first red passes the one down by the bulk line into that pocket, but no one's going to tell me this is an easy shot, especially with the other red partly obscuring the line. So there's a mistake. Now, is there anything that Xiao Guodong can take from that by way of his own encouragement?
Jiahui, 46.
So C staring at this red, willing it not to come back and be cuttable to middle. So let's see then how Xiao Guodong is feeling now. He's in. He's seen for once his opponent go wrong.
I think he's looking at the bottom two reds to see if they're a plant of any kind or what else he can do with those reds in a line down the middle of the table, right below the pink. Sort of basically kind of locking each other down a bit.
7.
So he might have to nudge them if the plant isn't on. Not a good shot.
14.
Not a good shot at all. And he's not even on that red, which would have been maybe a little fortunate. It wasn't a huge target. The four reds were down the middle. It was almost like one ball to hit, not four, from the angle he was coming in at them from.
Xiao Guodong, 14.
Minute and a half, unsure what to do. You know, clearly he's at the point where he's making the comeback, but he knows still that one false shot, he's end of match potentially. He's got to believe that could happen, even though it's not seeming likely. He just couldn't play the cue ball to the other end of the table with any confidence. May not be too bad. It left a bit of a dilemma for Xiao. Don't know if there's a red that goes to the middle. Not always the easiest camera angle that we're seeing it from there. But it's certainly an open looking frame still with all those reds up the table in play. Yeah, this red does go, and it's very difficult. Yeah, that is a lot more like it from Xiao Guodong. Now, this is the most wonderful chance. I mean, I know he's a few behind, 31. I see this two ways, Dave. I see this two ways in that it's a wonderful chance, but also if he doesn't take this one, he may not be able to get a second bite of the cherry, because it'd be demoralising. The balls are there for him here.
9.
Well, the whole tournament has been an emotional roller coaster for Xiao Guodong. That match against Karen Wilson had to be seen to be relieved the way he came through it, and then of course motored after that. The 3 centuries against Murphy. Played well after a bad start to the semi-final yesterday. He's played well all day until getting to 9, where he seemed to feel it a bit, but he got himself the chance here to get it won and complete victory
16.
in a maiden ranking event.
Yeah, I mean, he's 16 behind. Clearly, whatever he takes with these 5 reds, you know, the likelihood is the green is going to be wanted now
17.
that he's taken anything but the black. So he's going to have to pot the green to get the frame one from here because of the points he's still behind.
Great red to get in, though, wasn't it? If he wins it now, every credit to him. He's been put under all sorts the last hour.
22.
He's one of those players, I think everybody in the game knows how good he is. It's just a question of could he win a title? Of course, only he can provide the answer.
23.
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought he was a good player, but I always wondered if he had the real mental strength to win something big, and he's proved that he can certainly get to this position anyway of doing so. A lot of the game is played in the mind, as we know. Never mind all the skill you need. He's not played a good shot there. So he's on 3 reds, all of them
28.
it could have been easier.
Well, he didn't get on the red he played on. It was quite tentative, so he's still on this one, but he's just recovering from the initial error. So much pressure on, all eyes on the 2 players here in this packed arena.
Well, he got the green in play. I'm not sure whether that was by accident or design. So I get the feeling Jiahui will come back to the table unless he rolls the brown to middle, but he's not in that sort of a mindset to play a shot that big. Second prize is a snooker, but it makes him favourite from here, depending on whether C gets out of this comfortably.
Yeah, big moment. This could be his last shot. Where's the red? Where's the red?
Well, if this is tense, imagine if it did go all the way to a 9-all.
好了，谢谢。
If this red is potable past the green, which it seems to be, and it goes in, we may not get to that juncture in the match, because this is, again, good opportunity. It's the first red that's the big one. Well, he's been knocking that shot in just about all week. And I understand why that didn't go in, because there's his first ranking title to pick up if it does. Could have this an easier red for Jiahui though. So if there's any consolation he can find, that might be it. Well, he's not really a player that you associate with huge cue power. He's got enough of it actually, but he's not a Judd Trump where you could see him screwing this in and getting back down for the blue or something. And the black's underneath his cueing as well, so that's not very nice. It is not an easy shot, all things considered.
Well, it's a great pot. In the end, it wasn't her fault. The referee slightly obscured it, but Xiao Guodong doesn't care about that. He's knocked it in. What a pot.
Yeah, I mean, he's not playing the brown, rolling it in on the red. This is a long way round to the red from the blue. Well, this is not played very well, quite honestly. He didn't play it well. Did not play it well. He had no running side on it. He might still be able to pop the red. He might. Yeah, I mean, maybe the angle was deceptive, but I wondered if he could have played brown directly behind the red there. Well, that's a very good shot at least. It's something that he's almost pulled out of the wreckage of that visit was the snooker, which looks a pretty horrible business that he's involved in here. This is the snooker that could end the match, really. How do you hit this?
Yeah, I mean, he knows. Xiao Guodong, he's waited 17 years to win a title. He's prepared to wait a bit longer, but he's got him in a horrible position here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he looks like he's almost right behind the green, touching, perhaps even. And if he is touching it, then, I mean, that really does cut down your options. What you don't want to be doing is hitting straight into the bulk cushion first here, because then you know you're in trouble if that's what you're going to do. But he might be able to get to side cushions. Good luck with this one, goodness me. Twice across, easy to go around the back of it as well. I mean, it's a horrid snooker. The miss will be called. I would like to think that if he got anywhere near it, it wouldn't automatically be called a miss, but let's cross that bridge later. For now, he's in a world of trouble, isn't he?
Well, put it this way, no one wants to see him lose the final from this shot on the miss rule. He might leave the red on, possibly. That's different.
It's almost like that was an action replay. He's got a bit of working out to do, a bit of homework to do before his next shot to try and find the correct angle from a horrible position. I'm afraid that should not be called a miss. I don't think it matters, but how can that possibly be called a miss? I don't think it'll matter, but I just, in a way, I'm glad he's got a pot on, because that should not have been put back. That was an incredible effort to escape from that one.
Well, here we are. Everyone needs to settle because these chances come. It's been quite a fraught evening. He pulled away to 9-4 and was just one away, but Jiahui's hit back hard. Xiao's 18 in front here. It's in his hands now to get it won. Begging the cue ball to stop.
Well, I think it was always going to stop. I think he was just covering all bases there. Well, this is it's been a terrific final, isn't it? But this really is now the point of no return, it seems, for Jiahui sitting and watching this.
Yeah, the brown will put him 23 points in front, so yellow and green, and it should be his title. We'll see plenty more of Jiahui, that's guaranteed.
5.
Guodong doesn't want to see any more of him tonight, though. He wants to put this away now.
A brave way to play it around the back of the green. It's probably the only way that things could have gone wrong, but they're not going to now. Yeah, I think Jiahui could be world champion in the making in the next 2 or 3 years. But today, it's all about Guodong, and you've got to say that he's played so well all week. He had a bit of a hiccup, a few bumps in the road this evening, but he's the deserved winner.
14.
Well, he turned professional 17 years ago. For so long a member of the game's supporting cast, Guodong has finally become a leading man. Check so big it's in the way of the trophy, but anyway, Guodong does not mind that at all. He's delighted to have got the job done. What a terrific performance.